Ladies and gentlemen, all the friends who join us online, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 2021 International Housing Urban Regeneration Forum. We're very happy to be joined by the experts from the United States, France, Switzerland, Korea, and Taiwan. Together, we're going to talk about how to ensure adequate and resilient housing for all and create a better urban future. Next, I'm going to introduce our distinguished guests here with us this morning. Jing Chun-hua, Deputy Minister of the Interior and Acting Chairman of the National Housing and Urban Regeneration Center of Taiwan, HURC. Lady Zhang, President of FAPC Taiwan. Changxun Lin, President Emeritus of FAPC Taiwan. Hui Yingzheng, Deputy Director General, Department of General Affairs, Ministry of Transportation and Communications, Taiwan. Mao Rongke, Deputy CEO of HURC, Supervisors of FAPC Taiwan. Vice General Manager Wei Jielin of Xinguang, our moderators and also speakers, panelists. Jiming Chen, Deputy Director General of Construction and Planning Agency, Ministry of the Interior. Shimeng Huang, Emeritus Chairman of Taiwan Institute of Property Management and Consultant of FAPC Taiwan. Liling Huang, Associate Professor, Graduate Institute of Building and Planning, National Taiwan University. And also Jingyi Chen, Chief Engineer of Housing Development, Department of Taichung City Government. Professor Jin Shanji, founder of the Goldenville, Taiwan. Let's welcome Jing Chun-hua, Deputy Minister of the Interior and Acting Chairman of National Housing and Urban Regeneration Center of Taiwan to the stage for the opening remark.
以及在座各位与会先进好朋友，还有来自国际各国的与会的好朋友，大家早。
早。
很高兴我们有机会来举办今天这样的一个都市再生的愿景论坛。那这样的一个事情，其实一个城市的变得更美好，或者让人们居住的在更适居的环境，其实当然是任何一个国家、任何一个城市长期经营底下的一个终极愿景的目标。大家都在努力，大家也都面临着非常多的挑战。当然，在过去这2年，无论是疫情、新冠疫情，或者是持续在发生的高龄化社会，或者是气候变迁，甚至是这段时间以来的所谓的量化宽松、资金泛滥所造成的贫富落差不断的扩大，其实在都成为每个国家或每个城市主管单位必须要面临的挑战。那面对这样的一些挑战，我们如何找到自己的路，确实很重要。但是当然，我们要感谢我们可爱的台湾民众，当然还有我们国家防疫，还有地方政府防疫团队这2年来的努力，让台湾在疫情的环境底下，其实我们这2年来还可以过着相对正常的生活。所以我们今天可以在这边开这个研讨会。当然，这2年来也让我每天都要进办公室上班，因为我们都过着相对正常的生活。但是当然，在这样的环境下，其实大家还有很多事情要来努力克服啦。我想从市居环境的营造这样的议题底下，我们怎么样建立政府该有的价值观，这会变得很重要。我们怎么样建立社会该有的态度，这也是很重要。我们怎么样建立这个国家、社会或民间该有的能力，这是更重要的事情。在这一些事情的建构底下，其实我们都有很多的思考和反省。那背后，我觉得这个国家、这个社会对于这些事情有没有共识，有没有大家要努力的方向？我觉得这是一切的基础。就如同说，我们可以在过去2年把疫情控制得这么相对稳定，也是因为说我们这个台湾这个国家的人民和政府其实是非常合作团结的，我们有共同的价值。那如果说我们在居住这个议题底下，台湾的政府和人民也可以有共同的愿景和价值的时候，其实这个社会是很幸福的。那就是可惜的就在于这个共识的愿景和价值，它有很多必须要对话、 必须要建构，甚至这里面有很多的对抗，那我们都要一步一步的来处理。那当然，今天的论坛，我相信就是一个好的对话，也是一个我们要建立共识的一个过程。那当然，过去台湾在居住政策底下，本质上并没有太多政策的目标，所以说在2016年蔡总统上任之前，其实台湾的住宅政策大概就是一点点的租金补贴，还有过去累积了一点点的出租国宅。那个数量大概8000户的出租国宅，和平均每年大概3万户的租金补贴。That's all。那就是住宅政策。那当然，社会住宅这个议题，10年前开始倡议。那确实，在2014的地方选举之后，有些县市开始推动。2016年蔡英文总统上任之后，把8年20万户的社会住宅政策很正式的宣布出来。所以台湾开始有了比较具体，而且有目标、有价值观的住宅政策内涵。那这8年20万户里头，我们把它分为12万户是新建，8万户是从民间整合民间的房子，用所谓的包租代管的模式来经营。那跟大家报告哈，其实直接新建这个部分，我们从2017到2020，它大概每年新增加的数量大概就是5000、6000、7000、8000，其实是缓步在增加。那但后来中央政府开始介入，就是我们国家住都中心开始全力的介入之后，跟大家报告，今年1年直接新建社会住宅增加的数量可以达到16000到17000，也就是去年的2倍。那所以说，我们在1年前，我们大概累积社会住宅的数量大概是4万出头，4万户左右。我们大概到今年底应该可以到57000。那我们预计明年开始，每年可以用2万户的速度来增加。那这其实是几十年来中华民国政府从来没有盖过这么多房子了，所以我们现在住都中心号称全国最大的住宅开发商，我们光今年我们招标出去的住宅数量会高达15000户。另外，包租代管其实也是在建构新的社会能量，我们把民间的房子透过租赁服务的这样一个行业的建立，那一开始台湾并没有这样子的服务内容，那我们当然也大概是从2016年底、2016年下半年开始，其实它前面的1年半大概媒合了5000户，第二个1年半累积下来大概又媒合了1万户左右，但是过去这1年来，我们增加的媒合大概也是16000户，也就是说这个速度也是快速的在成长当中，所以我们也预计明年包租代管还可以再增加媒合2万户。也就是说，今年我们已经从过去慢慢学习的过程底下，我们直接新建和包租代管各增加16000，就是 total3万2。明年有机会各增加2万，就是增加4万。所以8年20万户的那个社会住宅的新建目标，其实我们还有3年的时间，所以说其实是非常有机会可以达成，特别在今年这么难招标，工程造价成本这么高的情况下，其实我想我们住都中心真的是克服万难。我们年初设定的目标就是15000，我们真的做到，真的是不容易的事情。其实这都在建构中央和地方政府的新能量，就是我们自己盖房子，我们经营房子，让民众可以得到政府直接的协助。包租代管其实是一个有趣的机制，让民间的资源开始参与。我跟大家报告上个月不幸在高雄发生城中城的大火，这么多的受灾户，当然临时被安置到旅馆，但是其实当然每一个人都希望赶快有家，有正常的房子可以入住。高雄市手头上并没有，高雄市政府手上并没有没有那一些已经可以直接入住的社会住宅。所以说，在此同时，高雄市的租赁服务工会立刻跟高雄市政府联络，他们全力把他们手头上参加包租代管这个房子可以用的全部拿出来。1天他们就交出了170间房子，3天交出了290间房子。所以说，很快的就让这些受灾户 在长期安置这个事情底下，快速的获得解决。这就是韧性，这就是能力。那也是因为我们有这样的社会住宅的政策在后面搭配，让我们的国家、我们的城市，其实在面对变迁的时候，面对需求的时候，其实有一些新的量能可以跑出来。当然，数量是一回事，其实怎么样来建构好的建筑物的品质或社区的品质，当然更是非常重要的重点。所以我们在盖社会住宅的这个规划底下，我们一定会先跟未来社区经营、跟社区建筑物的规划整合在一起。这背后在设计过程一定要加入。当然，我们对于建筑物的几个合理必要的标章，绿建筑标章、智慧建筑标章、耐震标章，都是社会住宅的必备要件。而且很有趣的是，我们在每一个社会住宅都会跟地方政府讨论，会配置必要的托婴、托幼或非营利幼儿园的这样的一个设施，在我们的社宅社区里面。所以说，其实我们社会住宅不是只有提供住，它后续会陆续形成一个社会福利的安全网，来服务邻近的住户而不是只有社区本身。那这些经验都是台湾过去没有而不敢想象的。但是其实我们在这些年来，当我们政策目标很清晰，中央地方政府都很努力的在打拼。说实在话，我们过去很多不敢想象的事情，现在似乎好像自然而然。那这就是社会的进步，这个就是我们朝向一个永续的城市的一个愿景的展现。当然，让人民安居乐业，需要租房子的人，我们帮助他，当然是一个重点。有房子的人的居住品质的提升，当然更是重要，因为台湾的住宅自有率太高了。所以说这些年呢，我们在都更或危老这些议题的推动底下，我想大家也都有目共睹。大概在6、7年前，台湾社会在面对都更的时候，基本上是心已经死了啦，你是不敢相信台湾都更是走得下去的。但是这些年呢，我们在危老条例的推动，再加上我们很多公办都更或因为危老而带动了更多都更的积极参与。我跟大家报告危老条例通过以来，这从2017一直到现在4年多的时间，我们都更加危老的总申请案件数大概是3000件，过去1年平均是40件，但是我们过去的这4年来，就长20年来的平均数是40件，那我们过去这4年是达到3000件，大概有10万户的老旧房子会因为我们这段时间推动都更危老整建，其实获得改善的机会。那当然，对于整个都市的防灾，或者是说都市环境的改造，或者是有房子的人他居住，甚至高龄者的居住，其实都开始产生一个人民有信心，我们可以做得到，我们有机会改建的这样的事情。我想一步一步的建立台湾在居住政策底下的态度，而且政府很积极的，中央地方都合作。所以大家可以看到，从社会住宅的脉络，从都更危老的脉络，我们大概这几年来走出了一个新的成果出来。当然，台湾的居住问题不止这样，非常的多元和复杂，需要解决的问题还很多。当然我们会看到，特别是最近这1年左右，因为疫情的舒缓，因为资金的宽松，台湾在房市炒作或者是高房价上涨的话题，其实也不断的形成。最近的压力确实蛮大的。其实2016年我们民进党政府上台之后，我们那时候的态度是，因为那时候的房市是相对稳定的，所以我们希望透过社宅、透过都更，用供给面来稳定这个市场，供给的增加来做市场的稳定。但是当然，最近这1年来看起来的状况又不一样，我们多年未见的炒风再现。当然，在这边真的也非常期待一些相关的产业的业者要相对的自律。但是当然，对政府的角度而言，也是觉得说，长期以来在房地产市场底下一些比较不受政府管制的一些行为，或许这也是让政府取得一个改善这些缺乏管制问题的一个契机。 那当然，这里面我们可能会特别先从预售屋市场，因为从内政部的角度，我们比较从管制面，我们会从预售屋市场大概会开始再多做一些管制行为。那当然，不管财政部从税或中央银行从金融的部分做其他的调控，政府其实是合作的。所以说，大家虽然看到现在市场上确实有点乱，但是其实政府跨部会之间其实是有持续性的在沟通，在规划怎么样来有效的安定这个市场。我们的态度都很清楚，就是打炒房、打不合理的行为、打炒作行为，那态度都非常清楚。那如果说这个部分，我们当然希望市场稳定，一切都只要告诉各位，就是说，一个安定的城市或安定的居住的环境，其实不单纯只是从福利面来看待，我们从市场的管理面，其实也是一个很重要的议题。市场安定，其实都市更新反而更好做，大家不用猜来猜去。所以一切都是以建构台湾能够变成是一个市居，而且城市能够稳定，能够充满韧性的一个国度。当然，今天有非常多的论坛，各位很多的专业者能够从国内外，特别是国际的很多的贵宾，能够提出他们的经验。我觉得台湾要学的还很多，因为我们的问题还真不少。但是我也相信，我们这些年来台湾社会所累积出来的一些经验和能力，一定也足以跟国际来分享。其实台湾也有很棒的东西，很棒的成果正在形塑当中。所以说今天非常感谢大家来参与今天的论坛，那也感谢大家来分享。我相信大家都是怀抱着更好的城市、市居的环境、更好的国家，来参加我们今天的这场会议。好，那最后敬祝我们整个会议顺利圆满，也祝福大家身体健康，事事如意。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you once again to Deputy Minister Hua for going through some government policies that ensure people's rights to housing. Thank you once again. Let's welcome Changshen Lin, President Emeritus of FAPC Taiwan, to the stage.
花处长，还有我们不动产协进会的张理事长，还有在座各位我们所有的产官学有关的所有先进，以及线上的朋友，大家早安，大家好。
好。
我是不动产协进会的前任理事长，今天应该是张理事长来主持这个会，那因为他后面还有很重要的任务在做，所以要我来这边代理他，来说几句话。那个不动产协进会在50年前是由殷志浩先生这样的创办的，现在已经快50年了哦。那不动产协进会其实最主要的工作，除了它本身在不动产政策上面拟了很多的这种政策方式，或者是法规的修订，常常跟政府单位在做一些合作之外，其实最重要的工作是参加我们国际组织，建立国际上面的很多的朋友，来推动多元的这种国民外交。那经过50年来的努力，其实不动产协进会目前是在世界不动产联盟里面，台湾分会的一个地位，一直坚持在那个地方。目前中国还没有加入，我们还是希望在这个会籍上面能够维持得很好。在这个地方，我向各位报告，不动产协进会每年都会派出很多的我们的同仁去参加这个年会。在这边我特别报告，我在任的6年里面，我们推选我们现任的张理事长去竞选所谓国际理事，又兼任开发商委员会的主席。所以这个人已经进到这个 联盟里面，我相信以他的魅力，交了很多国际的朋友，所以这个跟我们稳定会籍很有关系。那现在他担任了我们不动产协进会的理事长，也是台湾分会的会长，更有这个能力，甚至于更好建立这样的基础。所以我想，不动产协进会历年的努力，我希望大家可以了解我们在努力的地方是什么。那在专业方面里面，其实来讲，我们不动产协进会每年都举办国家卓越奖。那国家卓越奖的奖项的项目相当多，我们特别为了最近政府在推动社会住宅跟都市更新，我们在这里面增加这2类的奖项，所以每年在评选这2项奖项的内容之中间，我们一直在研讨，什么叫做最好的社会住宅？什么是都市更新最好的案例？我们都在这个部分花了很多时间在研讨，甚至于每年的年底都透过跟各学界或者产业界办理我们的论坛，包括讨论刚才副处长刚才报告的非常丰富的这些有关都市更新以及住宅政策这方面的一些政策方面。那这个部分其实来讲，国际世界不动产联盟对我们这个议题也是非常重视。我们今天在线上都会邀请到2015年到2016年的我们世界总会长来参加今天的论坛。他是一直在这个联合国里面这个民居署在推动可负担的住宅这个政策的一个很关键的人物。我相信等一下他的报告一定可以跟大家分享他的经验。那今天非常高兴有这样的机会，邀请到这么多关心我们国内有关这个都市更新跟住宅政策的一些朋友，大家来参与。我希望大家言无不尽，能够互相的来交流。我希望今天的论坛会办得很成功，也祝福大家收获满满，祝今天的大会成功、平安、快乐。谢谢。
We'd like to invite our distinguished guests to the stage to have a photo, and we'd also like to welcome the HURC board member, Hui Ying-zheng, who is the Deputy Director General of Department of General Affairs, Ministry of Transportation and Communications, to join us on the stage for a photo. You can take your mask off for the second photo. Yes, thumbs up everyone for a better urban future. 赞! Yes. Thank you once again to our distinguished guests on the stage. Thank you once again to Deputy Minister Hua for attending the opening ceremony of our forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 thematic sessions today, and we have the Q&A at the very end of every session. Feel free to raise your questions online. We'll address your questions accordingly. Moderator is Lily Zhang, President of FAPC Taiwan. Ms. Zhang has served in various positions for FAPC Taiwan and was the Chief Executive Officer for the 2013 FAPC World Congress in Taichung. She actively participates in FAPC events and has served in the community in many different capacities, including FAPC board member, president of the World Council of Developers and Investors, and member of the Strategic Committee. Let's welcome your moderator, Lily Zhang, to the stage.
谢谢主持人的介绍，那还有在场各位贵宾。那首先我要谢谢交通部提供这么好的场地给我们哈，真的是让我们这一场活动真的特别的优雅，我觉得这个活动可以办得很好。那就像我们主持人就像我们今天的那个司仪所报告的哈，今天本人代表第一场次哈，就是4G居住的多元供给模式这一个场次做一个主持。 那也正如我们刚刚我们荣誉理事长林荣誉理事长特别强调哈，就是我们中华民国葡萄酒协进会，也就是世界葡萄酒联盟台湾分会啊，其实在50年前创立之后呢，其实1974年，就是我们刚退出联合国之后呢，我们其实就由殷志浩殷先生正式加入世界葡萄酒联盟哈。那至今已经48年，那也因为多年来跟这个各位国际友人哈有接触，其实所谓多年，我把口罩拿下来哈。也因为多年哈，所谓的多年，其实应该是从2012年，我比较这个密集性的去做接触哈，是因为为了要努力争取2013年在台中办的世界葡萄酒年会，所以在那一次其实就认识了今天我们的第一位语坛人哈，第一位演讲者。那其实世界葡萄酒联盟呢，在这个联合国人居署关注我们今天这个所要进行的这个主题呢，其实也非常非常的推动的，大概已经从2008年开始，其实就一直在推动。那最明显的是，我有参加过，就是他们叫 World Urban Forum 哈的第8次是在吉隆坡，在2018年的时候，吉隆坡办过一场这 World Urban Forum 第9届。那在2020年，他每2年办一次，2020年也在杜拜办了第10届。那2022年明年呢，也会在好像是波兰哈也会办第11届。那其实，在联合国人居署在这个办理的过程中，不外乎就是一样都在探讨我们今天的主轴，各国都有一样的居住问题，各国都在关注如何把城市可以提升哈，让大家居民的这个品质可以提高哈，所以我想这样子的一个活动，今天我们这个开启的第一场，就是希望邀请世界各国的经验来让我们分享。那第一个呢，其实第一个演讲者 Daniel， 其实他刚刚也有特别分享他是我们世界葡萄酒联盟2015年到2016年的世界年会的会长哈，世界联盟的会长。那他其实在任内的时候就一直跟联合国投注很多的心力。之后呢，其实即使他这个结束了他的这个理事长的任内呢，他其实继续在我们世界葡萄酒联盟的 IOC 哈，就是 International Organization Committee， 继续的在跟联合国做了很多的倡议。那今天呢，他其实准备的内容是有关于他多年来收集的哈，跟这个不管是公法哈，如何让我们在营造这个居住环境的这个可负担住宅这个议题上面的任何的一些公法的一些分享呢，还有呢，他也收集了一些公单位跟私单位有一些合作哈的一些成功案例。我想这是第一场他会跟我们分享的哈，第一个 speaker。我们今天整个第一个 section 里面有3个 speaker， 那2个语坛人哈，所以我一并的把今天的 speaker 一起介绍完毕哈。那第2位呢是韩国的这个Dr. John 哈，他是土地跟住宅公社附属的研究机构。应该也是我们国家住都中心的一个合作伙伴哈，姐妹伙伴哈，因为多年来也一直跟韩国的这个中心哈在做很多合作的探讨。那他今天也会跟我们分享韩国土地跟住宅公社在推广可负担住宅所采用的各种模式哈。那这也是我们应该可以从他这里可以学习的第2位演讲者。那第3位演讲者呢，也是唯一我应该是想说，这个3位演讲者唯一在场的哈，我们的黄丽玲黄所长哈，要不要大家先给他掌声？其实刚刚几位对黄所长哈，这也很谢谢你哈，可以来参与。那如果在我们这个今天的议题里面有做 钻研的话，应该知道黄所长在这个议题上面做了很多的努力。那也是我们一直每次有机会活动，我记得2018年我们跟联合国人居署办理的一个活动里面，也有邀请到黄所长来为我们分享关于学术上面的一些探讨。那也因为黄所长本身也是中华民国都市改革组织的理事长，那实际也参与了很多社会住宅的创新呐，还有政策上的一些探讨哈。所以今天也会从他的这个演讲里面，让我们重新也可以再多增进学习一些有关于理论性或者实务上的一些方式哈。那接着呢，其实今天3位演讲者之后，我们也会有2位语坛人。那其中1位语坛人就是我们的陈继明陈副署长，也是在场，请他也给他掌声。真的，我们今天整个五位哈，里面只有2位在现场。那陈继明副署长，我想大家都对他不陌生。其实他多年来一直在推动的就是一些不管是都市空间的规划等等，还有一些都市更新、国土规划、社宅，还有一些城乡建设等等。那其实这个不管在中央的地方中央所定定的政策，其实影响了整个台湾的一个住宅政策的一个规范哈。所以今天他也会跟我们这个分享这个在语坛的时候会分享他这个的金砖的一些政策面的问题哈。那最后1位呢是没有办法到现场，那也是我最近认识的一位国际友人哈，叫做 Timothy。那他本身是韩裔，但是是住在夏威夷。那因为他有一个2013年的一个跟夏威夷政府合作的案子，那做得非常成功，一共有2大区块。那其中1大区块60%呢是作为可负担住宅，那另外40%当然是以私人 private sector 的部分可以销售。那这个成功的案例呢，也在今年2021年的全球卓越建设奖所颁发的那个可负担住宅得到了金奖。那也因为他的这个成功，那我们也有机会，我之前也有机会在网络上，因为疫情的关系，大家都没有办法再见面，所以在网络上听到他的分享，也觉得非常精彩，所以今天也特别邀请他。那他其实在今年，他有特别跟我分享说，也因为那个中心没有再继续有推动这个等于是说没有推动这个算是个案，所以他就变成离开了这个中心，他个人好就变成私人的一个领域里面，然后去推动这个可负担住宅，所以未来他也会待会语坛也会分享他即将要推动的100%可负担住宅在私领域里面他如何施作哈。那以上其实这5位。包括3位演讲者、2位语坛人都会在上午12点以前跟我们分享他们的精彩的内容。Okay, we are welcome you, Daniel. The floor is yours, please. Thank you.
We will focus today on affordable housing, and I'm very glad that the Deputy Minister Wah mentioned that this is a human right. And it is very, very important, and as we will see, it's very crucial that the private sector helps the public sector deliver affordable housing. Can you share my presentation with the audience, please?
Yes, it's on.
You can see my presentation. Okay, very good.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, I don't see it, but I'll trust that it's working. So we're going to focus on affordable housing today, which is extremely important. Next, please. While I was world president in 2015-16, I launched FIAPSI's World Urban Campaign, The City We Need is Affordable. And I was very, very pleased that the designers of UN Habitat prepared all the banners and the official languages of the UN for the city we need is affordable. This campaign is still going on since 2016, where it was launched in Dubai in January. And in the next slides, very often at the end of specific projects, you will see the number of the publication and the page. So if there's a solution that you think is especially interesting for you, you can actually take a note of that, because at the end I will give you the website where you can find all our publications so far, and can become familiar with some of the private sector solutions. FIEPC and this campaign in particular is designed to support UN Habitat's effort to implement the goal number 11, which is on human settlements, inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Because we're the Real Estate Federation, we thought it was very important to make sure that there was affordable housing everywhere to accommodate residents in every country. Next, please. So, affordable housing is extremely important, as I mentioned. And nowadays, we absolutely need to convince the private sector that it is worth doing, not only as a good cause, but this can be also a good business. And it's extremely important to deliver millions of affordable units. So without the help of the private sector, we will not deliver what we have to, because the demand is exponential and the supply is still just like this. Next, please. There are many ways to build affordability, and I want to show you today that the image that most people have of affordable housing being a row of gray homes, cheaply made, very quickly made, for people who don't have a penny, is no longer the case. The private sector and many governments have made a lot of efforts to produce affordable housing of quality and affordable housing that is beautiful. And you will see some examples in the next slides, and you might be surprised, because now when you see the properties, you don't know who's living in there. Is it somebody very rich, some middle income person, lower income person? It's very, very hard to tell. And that's a big, big progress, and we need to continue in that way. Next, please. So construction techniques are very important to build, to lower the building costs. Of course, if you want to build affordable, the costs have to be reasonable to build, because nobody wants to lose money. If you build with very high costs, then only the very rich can afford the property. So we're going to look at using shipping containers, modular housing, 3D printing, new technologies, and repurposing empty buildings. Next, please. So here's the use of containers. I traveled a lot while I was president of FIEPC in 2015-16, and I noticed that all around the world, in most countries, there are some ports, and there are lots and lots of shipping containers, used shipping containers on wharfs, idle. I'm told that you can actually build those shipping containers for about $2,000 to $5,000. Maybe prices have increased now with the pandemic, but it's still very, very affordable. And as you can see with the before and after, before you can actually figure out that this is a container, but after it's very difficult to figure out that a shipping container was the basis of that house. And basically all the major components are shipping containers. The advantage of shipping containers is that they're very airtight. So they can resist any kind of weather. Next, please. So you can also see that you can build with used containers some very tall buildings. And I just gave 3 examples here. One is in Mumbai in India. The middle one is a hotel, believe it or not, and the other one is a vertical farm. So there's a lot of things you can do with shipping containers. Next, please. You can also build housing complexes like you see on the left, or even a container village like you see in the middle. And on the right is a very interesting example. About 4 years ago in Paris, along the Seine River, in December, there was a major flood. This is where thousands of homeless people were residing in tents. Believe it or not, in September of that, somebody had the bright idea to build with shipping containers in 3 months a building to house the homeless. Thank God these people moved like in mid-December, and only a few days later, all the wharves, along the Seine River, it was all inundated. So they were saved by the shipping containers. Next, please. The modular prefabricated buildings are also very useful because they enable construction in just a few days or a few weeks. The one you see on the top is in Louisiana. They had major floods in the past, and they're still having some this year, and they need to house people very quickly. So these units are fabricated in a plant, and they are shipped on site. And it requires a lot less specialized workers to put everything together. The example you see from the Philippines at the bottom left, this complex of homes was built in 8 days. So I think there's a lot we can learn from that, and this can be used in situations of crisis. Next, please. This is a house in the box, so it's a very fun complex. You just bring, you're on the spot, you've never done a house before, you receive a big box. It has every element of your house with instructions, and people who even don't have any experience in building can put their house together. And this is becoming more and more popular. But what I want to tell you on this slide is that you can reduce the cost of construction by 65% by using prefabricated projects. So this is very important, and that helps making the homes affordable. Next, please. Now you have 3D printing that is started recently and is becoming more and more popular. Believe it or not, this house was printed on the spot with a cement printer. And frankly, it looks terrific, but it was built only in a few weeks because of the printer accelerating the construction process. So this is something we'll see more and more in every country. Next, please. New technologies are also very important. The government of Andhra Pradesh in India has a goal of building 500,000 affordable homes per year for the next 3 years. So that's a huge number. So they called on an inventor of a new product that's called iBuild, and iBuild keeps track of every single penny spent on construction. So it's going to be used to encourage people to build their own home and keep track of all their expenses so they always remain on budget and don't end up in the ditch financially. Next, please. Another very important thing that we can do today is using empty spaces and transform them in affordable housing. I'm not sure if this is done in Taiwan, but this is done now extensively in the United States. You have empty office buildings. You see the one on the left here, which is on Wall Street, 3 doors from the Stock Exchange of New York City. And empty offices are transformed, as you see at the bottom left, in apartments. So a lot of people who work in the building are actually interested in renting straight in the building and being there for their work. You see on the right hotels. Hotels have been devastated by a year and a half of being closed. So the government of New York City has transformed many of the empty hotels into shelters, permanent shelters for homeless people. And you see at the bottom a shopping center, lots of stores, retail stores have closed. So in many shopping centers now, they're doing whole sections of housing, affordable housing, and the residents are absolutely delighted. They just opened the door of their complex in the shopping center and they can do all their shopping. Next, please. Private sector can build affordable housing, and not only can build it, they must build it. And they must build nicer, better, high-quality, affordable housing. Next, please. Land prices, of course, are one of the main elements of affordable housing in many countries. They represent about 30% of the total price. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they have increased very, very rapidly. Unfortunately, most investors tend to focus on high-end residential, and they buy these lots at the higher and higher and higher price. But it is important now for the private sector to cooperate with the public sector to try to get land that is unused to develop affordable housing and get the land at an affordable cost. Next, please. A lot of governments have empty pockets, and so do many people. So that's why the private sector must jump in and find a way to make reasonable profit to actually invest in affordable housing. Next, please. Corporations in America have already started jumping in this field, and this is Mary's Place. This is in Seattle in the United States. It's Amazon's headquarters. The headquarters has several buildings. One of the buildings is called Mary's Place, and it's for women or families and men who don't have any shelters. It's to stabilize their life by giving them a shelter, helping them see a future, develop their qualities, get some training, and get a nice, beautiful life. Next, please. To encourage the private sector to build housing, we need to share examples of successful projects. And we need to inform the builders that affordable housing can be profitable. And I count on Timothy, who's going to speak later today, to explain how we can make profit in that beautiful building that won the Prix d'Excellence that he built right in the center of Honolulu. So it's very important also to find creative ways for the private and public sector to work together, and Timothy has done that in Hawaii. Next, please. The public sector can support the private sector in building affordable housing, and this is a complex in New York City, in one of the largest developments in America. It spans 9 blocks, and this building is an affordable building for seniors. And the city of New York sold the land to the developers at a lower price than the market rate. So it gave them a chance to build something of quality that's beautiful. And this project at Essex Crossing is fantastic. It has incredible amenities, not only on the ground, but below ground. In the seniors building, for instance, there's a medical clinic. But underground, there's a market, there's concert halls, museum, everything you would like to have in your life. Next, please. So win-win formula is public-private partnerships with government-subsidized financing, land sold or rented at a lower price, public space to give the complex a little zip, and necessary changes in zoning policies, and as was mentioned by the first speaker today, very strong public policies. Next, please. Here you see some government subsidized financing options, like in Indonesia. These homes were subsidized by the Indonesian government, who gets financing from private investors, which I need to mention here, and also from the World Bank, IFC, International Finance Corporation. Then you have Panama, where the government pays the down payment of $10,000 and subsidizes the interest rates of the buyers. Next, please. Singapore is, of course, the king country. I mean, they figured out how to provide housing for 80%, 80% of their population, by providing grants for buyers as well as tenants. And you can learn about it in our publication number 2 on page 17. Next, please. You have financing also subsidized for developers in San Francisco. For instance, there's a 10-year tax credit, dollar for dollar for all investors in this project. And in Ciudad Verde in Colombia, there's a income tax exemption. Next, please. Land sells at a lower price, which is the example I just gave on Essex Crossing, and you see some of the amenities there. Next, please. In Malaysia, you have free land. The Malaysian government gives land to developers. And in Luxembourg, they have the 99-year lease formula, which is also a formula that's very popular in many countries. So that enables a developer to lower their costs substantially. Next, please. Public space is very important. This was public space given by the government and municipal authorities to make the complex much nicer and more affordable and better. Next, please. So very, very, very important is for the government to change zoning, very restrictive zoning, and make strong policies, as we mentioned before. So on the right, you have examples of faster construction that is now enabled under the zoning in the Philippines, where they can build in 8 to 10 days, which is incredible. And you have high density in Hawaii, so this is usually requires a special zoning exemption to have such tall buildings. The main problem we have with high density is when this comes to a neighborhood, the neighbors say, not in my backyard, don't put this building in my backyard. But now that they're building such nice buildings, as we're seeing here in Honolulu, there's resistance from the neighbors is going down. Next, please. New York also has an inclusionary housing program, which is a very important policy program where every builder who builds now a new condo building in New York has to make sure that they reserve a certain number of units that will remain affordable for at least 10 years or 20 years. So that's a very important way to accommodate people. Next, please. Housing, as we mentioned, is a human right. You cannot develop yourself or your family if you don't have a stable roof over your head. It makes all the difference in the world. And that's why it is so important for the private sector to jump in and help people realize their dreams and be better citizens, better human beings. Next, please. You have here the 4 printed volumes we have. There's a 5th one that just came online. Please go and check www.urbanthinkingtalks.com. You'll see not only our publications, but you'll listen to several talks that we had and webinars. And I would invite you all to, if you have seen a successful project in Taiwan or anywhere else in the world, You have until the 30th of June to send 3 pictures, 3 paragraphs, and the business card of the company that did this development to my colleague Bill Ensley, or simply you can contact me. Next, please. So this publication, our 6th publication, will be launched in Hawaii on October 3rd, 2022, on Human Habitat Day in Honolulu. And I'm sure Timothy will talk about this too. So this is my email address. And if you have any comments or any
也会讲到
questions,
这个，
don't
这个是我的 email 住址。如果您有任何问题、任何高见呢，请 email 我 dgny2。
Thank you very much. 掌声谢谢我们第一位的讲者。Thank you so much, Daniel, for joining us during the Thanksgiving holiday. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We can see your Christmas tree behind you. Thank you. 谢谢。
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have you back for the panel later. Thank you. Thank you for now.
Thank you.
And next, we're going to move on to the second speaker. Okay, we're going to invite our second speaker in this session, Dr. Jung Ki-seong, Associate Research Fellow, Land and Housing Institute, Korea Land and Housing Corporation, South Korea. He has a pre-recorded video for this one, but he would like to say hi to everybody first.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jung,
Hello.
Associate Research Fellow in Korea Land and Housing Institute and Korea Land and Housing Corporation. And it's an honor to have been invited to this international forum. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. And also, I would like to let you introduce my colleague, very professional in the housing sector in Korea, Dr. Jin, please.
Hi, nice to meet you. It's a very honor for me. I'm Myung Jin from Land and Housing Institute, Korea Land and Housing Corporation.
And also, the one is my colleague to support us today.
Hello everyone, I am Junwoo Kang. I'm a staff member of the Global Office. I will be interpreter for Dr. Jung today. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, please share my presentation.
Okay, thank you guys for joining us. Okay, let's play the video.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Jung Ki-seong, Associate Research Fellow in Korea Land and Housing Corporation. It's an honor to have been invited to this international forum, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My presentation is about recent trends for provision of public rental housing in South Korea. Content includes 3 parts. First, a large-scale development of public rental housing. Second, recent strategies for more diverse supply. Finally, current issues and future challenges. At first, I would like to tell you about the large-scale development of public rental housing in South Korea. During the 1970s and 1980s, South Korea experienced chronic housing shortages and strong housing price increases. The housing prices have risen dramatically right after the international event, the 1988 Seoul Olympics. Significantly, the low-income families suffered from the burden of housing costs and residential instability. In this situation, the government implemented the 2 million housing supply plan in order to stabilize housing prices and housing shortage. Also, the government conducted Western-style social housing supply for the first time within the framework of the 2 million housing supply plan. Based on the plan, 190,000 social housing units were actually supplied. The following large-scale public rental housing supply occurred after the Asian economic crisis in the late 1990s. During the recession, Korea experienced mass unemployment and a severe economic downturn, further deepening housing problems. At this time, the government implemented the National Rental Housing 1 million construction plan in order to improve the vulnerable's residential condition and stimulate the economy. And then, after the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2012, the younger generation's housing problem began to be emphasized. Expressions like rent refugees or rent generation referred to the younger generation's poor residential status. In Korea, a new public rental housing type named happiness housing has started to be supplied for the younger generation, such as university students, beginners out in a career, and newlyweds. In order to conduct the mass-scale public rental housing supply, various types and delivery methods were used. In the early stage, newly built type was used. And then, since the mid-2000s, existing type has been used together. The characteristic of newly built type is that when progressing public land development, it should supply newly constructed public housing more than 40 to 50% of the total number of households on the public land. It is a legal mandate and must be followed based on the Housing Act. The existing type means supplying public rental housing by using existing buildings, including residential and non-residential buildings. As you can see in the graph shows the new supply of public rental housing by diverse types. Since the 2000s, the ratio of new construction has been reduced and the proportion of various types of using existing houses has been increased. So by 2020, over 2 million of public rental housing units were supplied. Among them, 1.67 million units as the newly built type and 600,000 units as the existing type. It has built 120,000 units on an annual average. The newly built public rental housing was supplied to the large-scale uniformed apartment complex style. There are three major rental housing types: Yongu rental housing, national rental housing, and happiness rental housing. The different types of rental housings were supplied to the different level of income groups. For example, Yongu housing for the extremely low income group, national housing for low income group, and happiness housing for median income group. This newly constructed public rental housing has been mainly supplied in outer city areas. However, in most cases, the preference for inner city living gradually increased because of the workplace, job opportunities, education, and culture-related reasons. The housing supplies in the outside of the city don't meet the demand for city life. This job and housing demand and supply mismatch causes long distance for commuting and the decrease of quality of life. Considering the rise of city center living trend and the mismatch problem, The method of supplying public rental housing using existing buildings in the city center has been used. The main supply method of using existing buildings are buy-to-rent and lease-to-rent method. The buy-to-rent is based on ownership, and the lease-to-rent is based on the lease and relet the housing. As you can see in the graph below, the buy-to-rent and lease-to-rent supply ratio has gradually increased since the mid-2000s, and now it accounts for more than 25%. Diversifying the supply system in the city center enables improving the mismatch problem, recycling deteriorated and old buildings, and reactivating urban space. In the long term, the supply method of public rental housing will be changed from mass-scale uniformed model to small-scale dispersed model in the city center. So far, over 2 million of rental housing has been supplied, and it is targeting 2.4 million rental housing by 2025. It's 10% of the total housing stock in South Korea. Also, the composition of the supply types will be planned like that. New construction 40%, buy-to-rent 30%, and lease-to-rent 30% as well. So, what is the key engine for expanding and growth of public rental housing in South Korea? As you can see in the right side image, there are 5 major drivers for that. First, political consensus. Second, strong state-led strategy. Third, special law for fast track. Fourth, the third pulse, National Housing and Urban Fund. And finally, public bodies for provision. First of all, political consensus about securing housing safety net and need for more public rental housing was formed. Second, Korean supply model is based on strong central government-driven model. The government set the target quantity every year, support a full charge of budget, and hold right to approval for large development such as land expropriation right. Third point is the legal and institutional base. There are several special laws for public rental housing supply in terms of more units and faster supply. The next driver is the financing base. There is the central government financial support, which is National Housing and Urban Fund. The fund was established in 1981 and provides long-term loan at very low interest. It is a kind of a revolving fund supporting 40% of total cost. The final driver is public bodies. There are public providers of public rental housing, such as LH, and 60 local governmental housing companies. Especially, LH has played a significant role in supplying public rental housing, which account for 80% of the total number of public rental housing. Based on the 5 drivers, South Korea experienced rapid development of public rental housing sector. The following chapter will describe the recent strategies of public rental housing supply in the inner city area. There are diverse ways, but as I mentioned earlier, there are several major patterns. The first is buy-to-rent model. The second is lease-to-rent model. The third is multifunctional combination model. So, why expand the method of public rental housing supply? Why does it need to diversify supply patterns in the inner city area? There are 4 main reasons. First, negative image and stigma effect from large-scale apartment complex type. Poor neighborhoods and poverty concentration might become like isolated ghetto areas. The second reason is different housing conditions across the regions. Some areas shows housing shortage, but other site shows housing surplus. Different housing supply approaches are needed considering the regional situation. Third, socio-demographic issues has been significantly changed. In particular, the rise of single-person household is an inevitable social trend in the city center. In Korea, over 30% of total households are solo dwellers, and they are experiencing serious housing instability, hard to climb up the housing ladder system. The final reason is the skyrocketing housing price and worsened housing affordability. Therefore, need for affordable housing in the inner city area with diverse supply strategies. Based on the housing needs and the change of the trend, I would like to tell you about the recent patterns of public rental housing supply in the inner city area. The first case is buy-to-rent. The buy-to-rent is a kind of public rental housing model supplying in the city center. As you can see in the diagram, LH, buying an existing house, remodeling it, and then renting it to the vulnerable class at a lower level of monthly rent. It is possible to supply affordable housing through the central government's financial support and low-cost loans from the National Housing Fund. More than 80% of the purchased houses are multifamily housing types, but recently expanding the various types including apartment, office, hotel, and other non-residential buildings. The advantage of buy-to-rent is fast supply. It can be supplied immediately after purchase. And the buy-to-rent is a small-scale and dispersed model in the city. Therefore, it can reduce ghetto and stigma effect. As a result, it can realize social mix in the urban area. Buy-to-rent supply has significantly increased since mid-2010, and so far, 176,000 units have been supplied. The average annual stock provided is over 10,000 units. These images are buy-to-rent using multifamily housing type. The buy-to-rent type buildings are not distinguished from existing private houses around there, and some local governments like Seoul is recently promoting buy-to-rent using empty houses in the area. I want to show you some successful buy-to-rent cases using non-residential buildings. This building is a kind of buy-to-rent, a renovated old goshi-won, and then used as a public rental housing. Goshi-won originally means a study room for someone preparing to take a state exam. But the real and unaltered meaning of goshi-won is a tiny and micro housing with cheap and poor condition. This buy-to-rent housing is mainly for a young single-person household in the city center. As you can see in the image, the old goshi-won has been renovated to habitable space. it also provides shared housing units, working and community spaces as well. The following cases are creating new brands named Art Stay and Annam Living Town. They are a kind of buy-to-rent, buying an old-fashioned and outdated hotel in the city center, conducting a massive renovation and then using it as rental house. LH supplies rental housing and private management company does operate the housing. The housing is mainly for a younger generation and provides residential units, an open kitchen, a dining room, and community space. Most of young tenants living in those housing types shows high residential satisfaction, and the housing can be a stepping stone for a young single-person household, also creating new fashion and new branding in the existing community. The second type of the city center supply model is lease to rent. Like buy to rent, utilizing existing houses is same pattern, but the difference is that lease to rent does not buy existing houses, but lease and relet them to the vulnerable class. LH leases rental housing on behalf of tenants with very weak credit. As you can see in the diagram, the delivery system is as follows. First, applicants search rental housing unit and ask LH for a rental contract. Next, LH makes a rental contract with a private landlord, and then LH makes a rental contract with the applicant. It is like a secondary contract or relet process. In this process, LH acts like a kind of public broker. This is because vulnerable classes are very difficult to borrow money from banks because of their low credit, and it is often challenging to sign long-term lease contract with landlord directly. So far, 220,000 units has been supplied through the lease to rent model, and an average of over 45,000 units are supplied annually. With the buy-to-rent and lease-to-rent method, LH is recently trying to new supply method named multifunctional combination model. The model creates a new space in the city center, combining various functions. As you can see in the image, this case is a combination of public office and public rental housing, which is renovated from aging and old-fashioned low-rise public office to become a high-rise complex function building. The lower level maintains a function of public buildings, and the upper level provides affordable rental housing and community space for the vulnerable class. It is a win-win strategy for both public office and public rental housing as well. The second model is a combination of startup support space and public rental housing function. The lower level includes a meeting room, office, cafe, and the upper level provides an affordable rental housing. This combination model provides young people with opportunity for their life changing and realizing the matching of job and housing. Finally, current issues and future challenges. To summary, the Korean housing support system is the supply-side approach known as in-kind, more than the demand side approach. It means more focusing on the supply of public rental housing than housing benefits. With a developmental welfare state, South Korea conducted large-scale land and housing development, and it can be seen that the development creates jobs and contributes to the people's welfare. After two economic crises, Korea's public rental housing policy has developed to meet people's residential needs as well as improving housing affordability. As a result, almost 25% of all rent households benefits from the housing support programs. So, what are the prerequisites for the growth of public rental housing supply, and what are the challenges? Basically, we can ask the following questions. Is there a legal basis? Is there a financial source such as a public fund? Also, is there political consensus or support? If there are clear answers to these questions, sustainable public rental housing growth will be possible. Nevertheless, there are many challenges. For example, negative images of public rental housing, stigma effect, and unstable rental housing business. In this context, South Korea has two very important missions. First, new supply of public rental housing. Second, well managing existing stocks. As I already told you, LH has over 1.7 million rental housing units, some of which has been built for more than 30 years. Therefore, maintenance and managing the housing stocks are a very important issue, especially in the future. Also, new supply is still very important in terms of diversity. It is possible to supply public rental housing in many ways based on securing the minimum quantity volume. It is an essential point. And finally, for the diversity, considerable administration cost is needed, and the monitoring process could be very important above all else. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Let's welcome our third presenter in the session, Dr. Li-Ling Huang, Associate Professor of Graduate Institute of Building and Planning, National Taiwan University.
各位朋友，大家好。今天很感谢主办单位的邀请。花敬群花次长是我之前在社会住宅推动联盟的伙伴。然后张丽丽董事长是我很尊敬的不动产业界的朋友，一直用他很温柔坚定的风格在推动这个有关住宅的理想。那我今天跟大家分享的一个主题大概分几个段落。第一个，我会先来讨论有关这个适宜居所 adequate housing 它的一些概念。那然后我会带进台湾的社会住宅政策。我想强调里面的一些政策创新的面向因为我觉得台湾的政策实在很值得跟国际社会分享，因为我们创造了我们自己的一些特点。那我有准备一些有关国际新进发展趋势，但我想大概没有时间可以报告。不过大家都有网络上有看到我的简报，那大家也可以进入简报里面看到一些细节。那因为今天谈的很重要的是居住的愿景嘛，那我想联合国的永续发展目标其实就把我们的人类发展的愿景擘画得非常清楚，包括从第1项的消除贫穷，然后到第17项的我们的这个公民的这个跨领域的治理等等。可是我想要请大家来看到第11项，就是这是永续 包容以韧性的城市与社区。那大家可以看到，在里面的次目标哦，这主要的7项，当然它还有很多更细的指标。那这几个次目标里面最重要的第一项就是住宅。那从文字来看，住宅发展的目标是要确保人人获得适当的 adequate， 然后安全以及可负担性，也是今天前面2位讲者非常强调的 affordability 这样的一个要素。那同时，它是要改善特别的一个核心重点是改善弱势者他们居住的环境。那以住宅为核心，如果我们再加上其他部门环境的提升，包括绿色的交通、参与式的规划、文化的保存，以及对于灾害、社会变迁的这个敏感，减少这个脆弱度。然后提升环境品质，以及更多的公共空间，那这个就是我们建构包容以及韧性社区城市的一些重点。那如果再进一步，因为我在研究的领域哦，所以就对概念的定义哦特别感到兴趣。那我们看联合国和世界银行等等组织所发布的一些报告，他们对 adequate housing 定出一些指标。那这些指标可以从图上的这个文字的部分，我们可以看到，它涵盖了有关基本的生活的资源的需求，还有设备，那等等建筑物的物理条件。可是不只是这样，它其实也涵盖了一些我们在心理层面的需求，譬如说你使用权必须要安定，不是我今天住进去，明天房子可能会不见，那或者你会面临迫迁、住宅被入侵、破坏等等这些危险，那这个就是居住不适宜的状况。那经济的可负担性，还有社会的可近用性，有的住宅出现在那里，但你看得到用不到，那这就是问题。那另外对于原住民或其他的群体，其实文化上特殊的群体文化上的表达跟环境是非常重要。像纽西兰，我们可以看到特别针对原住民在都市中的原住民有特别的住宅跟规划的形式。那这些是人类发展中应该要被保障的基本权利。那可是我们也看到，在城市中这样的基本权利其实碰到越来越多的威胁。这是跟我们在近期的都市化加速有关。其实台湾已经非常都市化，可是未来到2030年之前，大部分世界上的都市化环境会发生在非洲、亚洲、拉丁美洲等等这些区域。那所以都市里面的人口增加，也必须要有更多的住宅供应，以及特别是法规跟制度的强化，来保障这些居住的需求。那否则这些特殊群体、弱势群体会面临到买不到，不只是买不到，是租不到，甚至是居住歧视等等的状况。好，那这是都是我们今天在谈居住愿景的时候一些核心要被提到的议题。那这也回到我们的今天大会的主题的一个核心概念，叫共融或者是社会包容。那我前面其实谈了很多，都是弱势群体他会碰到的社会排除的状况，就是 social exclusion。那住宅当然是里面很显著的一个部门，可是住宅方面的权利被排除，其实也让他其他的权利会受到威胁。譬如说，小孩跟着父母要不断的搬迁，他的就学、同侪发展的机会就减少。然后你的社区如果不安全，其实非常影响到心理的这个安全感。那所以怎么样促进社会包容？这相关的国际的文件指出，我们必须要透过强化机会，以及给予更多的资源，然后改善他们的参与的可能。那聆听使用者的这些声音跟意见，对应他们的需求。那我特别要讲的一个是联合国永续发展指标里面所提到 "Leave no one behind"。中文的版本很多地方翻成不遗漏任何人哦，可是我觉得没有人会掉队，哈，这个翻译可能更准确一点。那这个概念听起来其实不只是口号，它背后有一个很重要的精神是，当我们在分配资源的时候，不再以传统上所谓的人人平等这样的概念，或者是住宅上的下率，你补贴了中产阶级，然后自然认为弱势者就会改善，不是这样的概念，而是说你在整个的资源上最 最不够的这一群人，他应该要优先被补贴，政府的资源应该要优先放到弱势群体上面，好让他们可以不掉队。好，那这背景讲完了以后，我们回来看台湾的状况。那以上就是说明了当时2010年社会住宅推动联盟成立时候的背景，以及我们的一些愿景。我自己也是里面的一员哈。那当时社会住宅联盟面对的情境是，房价所得比在台北市已经来到15%，意思是说，一个家户要不吃不喝15年才能买得起一个单位的住宅。那不只是房价非常高，你看到是连租屋的这个租赁的价格也租金不断的上涨。那对弱势团体而言，因为没有政府的足够的资源的介入，他们常常受到租屋市场的排挤，还有租屋黑市的问题。那一些社会群体像立信基金会就是针对受暴妇女，那移电基金会处理很多身障团体以及其他特殊群体的需求，老人福利联盟，或者是像劳工阵线工人的住宅问题等等，这些福利团体跟2个住宅倡议的团体，就是我们都市改革组织以及崔妈妈基金会，之前从无住屋者团结组织所演化来的2个子团体，我们开始带进了社会住宅推动。社会住宅的概念，那也要求政府要来推动社会住宅，而且是这一波的住宅的根本的想法是只租不卖，保障这个住屋的使用权，而不是所有权。那当时大家可以看到这个照片是前期的情境哦，就历经了组织团体的倡议，立法的游说，甚至拜会当时马英九总统，所以释出初期的这个合宜住宅的基地。那民间团体其实有一些意见，那不断的演进。那住宅法从第1版的立法，终于在马总统任内立法，那后来历经修法。那中间有一个关键点是2014年啊，当时联盟其实阵营扩大了，因为结合了更多的年轻的群体，不只是我刚刚讲的弱势群体，其实年轻人也逐渐发现自己就可能会是那个因为工作贫穷等等租屋资源不足，年轻人也会变成居住资源的弱势群体。那年轻人加进来也打开了运动的一些面向，他们的诉求不只是住屋本身，而是整个社会制度的一些改革。那所以大家可以看到几项的改革的诉求，包括终结这个迫迁，然后遏制房地产的炒作，那以及里面提出非常明确的就是社会住宅新建的比例，还有成立住宅法人。那今天我们可以看到，像住都中心，其实在当时也是我们的一个很重要的诉求。那还有租赁专法等等的这个制度的改进。那在今天的脉络里面，特别要谈的是，我们当时参考了很多国际的脉络、国际的经验进行学习。那韩国的公共住宅就是我们主要学习的一个对象。韩国的特性是，它在1989年之后才开始政府确立要大力兴建公共住宅，然后在很短的期间量就得到大幅提升。我们可以看到，刚刚讲者提到，2025年目标是10%，那这个是非常显著的一些成果。那我们也看到，在韩国的这个 LH 或者是 SH，在中央跟地方的首都首尔有很强的这个机制，在进行土地跟住宅中间的连接。那近期的都市再生的政策，也连接上住宅供应跟整个区域再生的一些角色。那公共设施的建制等等，那这个对我们有很大影响。那在欧洲，我们同时2017年社会住宅推动联盟也参访了，当时阿姆斯特丹正在举办欧洲社会住宅100年展。那相对于前面韩国的案例而言，欧洲在整个社会民主的思潮之下，在上一个世纪就已经建制了这个很完整的社会住宅架构。那它随着时代不断的在演进，我们可以看到中间就是第一批的早期的这个给工人住的社会住宅，那现在有一部分是博物馆。那右边是近期新建的这个社会住宅，那它是由社会住宅协会民间来兴办，但是它符合公共开发的一些目的。好，那终于在前面的历程， 我们看到2016年蔡总统的政策宣示，刚刚花次已经有跟大家做一些说明。那我今天会主要在谈新建，就是社会住宅新建的12万户的这个部分。在当时，蔡总统的宣示是一个里程碑。那住宅法也修法提升了这个弱势户的比例。可是，一开始在地方其实是非常不容易。那我们可以看着台北市政府在当时都是面对很多的这个反对，基地得来不易，议会一直背锅。好，那可是市政府在多元协作，就包括这个规划者、设计者，还有 NGO 等等团体的倡议之下，把这个调性做一个定位，就是结合公共设施，然后共好共荣的这个方向。那台北市的社会住宅可及性也是非常高。好，那这是台北市的社会住宅还有一个特点是，它引入了青年创意提案计划，让青年人入住的这个家户能够提出社区的一些创意居住的方案。那我们可以看到共同育儿、艺术发展等等，或者是带领居民去认识周围的郊山，甚至在自己屋顶经营农园，就是人跟自然有个新的关系。那或者是台中市的社宅静怡总工应该会再跟大家分享啊。我觉得里面有一个活动是非常有趣，就是共好生活节，就是等于是社宅的 open house， 把社宅这个社群的经营以及它的社区跟各个不同的社宅基地以及城市的其他的这个社区共同分享。那林口市大运，其实我今天下午要带学生去参观，它也有一些特性，就是建筑的再利用原来的选手村，然后加入了社会住宅以及其他的很多样化的这个社会的设施。那受包妇女在里面的这个居住，已经从原来庇护所的概念进展到社会住宅，那这是人权很大的提升。好，那这是一点点小小的总结，是社宅。我在这个阶段来看，可以很清楚的看到它孕育新的居住文化的角色。那我觉得这个是可以跟民间部门一起做分享，一起来推动，就是包括育儿、健康促进、社群品牌、社区包容等等新的可能性。那它也带来我刚刚所提到的几点政策创新。那特别是第2点。早期是 NIMBY， 就是我们第一位讲者 Grosenbacher 女士所提到的，常常公共住宅都会遇到 NIMBY， 不要在我家后面，不要盖在我家旁边。可是我们看到逐渐的社宅的这个建制已经改变大家想法下，有些社区已经开始在谈 Yes in my backyard， 我其实可以分享这样的一个环境。那社宅也是社会创新的很多的实验地。那我觉得这个是我们台湾经验很值得骄傲的部分。那谁带来创新？其实不止公部门，其实是一个社会的集体学习。这也是我今天想要强调。大家可以看到，包括政策改革、文化创造，还有它的影响。那未来呢，有一些未尽之路啊，这个是我们应该要思考，就是社会住宅量还是不够。好，其实这个部分应该学习韩国。那整体的房价跟土地仍然持续在上涨，其实需要其他的租税改革。那下个阶段有可能社会住宅是不是能够演化成其他类型，像居民自主管理的合作住宅？那或者是我们国家住都中心是否能思考都市再生跟气候韧性型的都更，在这个方向上我们可以有多一些想法。那我有关国内的经验分享大概在这里哈。那我的 PPT 里面其实谈论了德国跟日本的一些新进的发展。在德国，特别是今年9月的大选，以社民党、绿党还有自民党的联合阵营获胜。政见的一个主轴就是公平租金，那里面也包括每年40万户的可负担住宅的新建，以及10万户每年10万户公共住宅。那特别是最近他们也公投，公投的状况是希望政府要征收柏林的市民公投100万人，赞成通过，就是政府去征收柏林的一个民营的住宅公司，因为怕它被国外资本买走，会引起另外一波房价上涨。那这是在台湾有点难想象。那日本的案例是2017年以后的分享住宅政策。 那在台湾我们是包租代管，但它推动其实是有些限制。你可以看到在日本的相关的制度的推进，包括法令、金融等等层面，然后甚至修缮的屋型包括了育儿的空间，所以它对应到年轻人的需求。那大家可以回去看我的 PPT。那还有最后一个有关疫情中的一些想法是，有些国际的趋势是从建筑的物理环境如何去对应 COVID-19。好，那但是我想在台湾我们还可以去看到是合作住宅或社会住宅中呈现的 networking， 这个怎么样去协助疫情中去度过孤立化的情境，然后发挥我们的社区韧性。好，以上跟大家报告，谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, next we'd like to welcome our moderator, Lily Zhang, back to the stage, and also Professor Liling Huang from National Taiwan University. Our panelists include Jiming Chen, the Deputy Director General of Construction and Planning Agency, Ministry of the Interior. And also online with us, we have Timothy Yi. He is the head of Lukahi Global Corporation.
真的很谢谢我们今天早上这3位演讲者哈，已经完成了3份的报告。那接下来我们今天真的很欢迎我们的陈副署长哈，即将也跟我们语谈。那听说我们陈副署长有这个手边上有一些那个简报，也要跟我们分享。所以是不是我想说先有这个简报分享，还有 Hello Timothy。其实跟各位报告一下，我们刚刚3位主讲者之后呢，我们其实在线上收到了很多的问题哈，很多的提问。那所以我们先有2位语坛人也做了一些分享之后，我们接着希望有时间来进行我们的那个 Q&A 的部分。那是不是我们现在先用掌声欢迎我们的陈副署长来为我们分享他今天早上的议题？谢谢。
谢谢大家。It's my honor to join this section and share the experience from each other. In fact, the government have do a lot of things is based on the speak by the Deputy Hua. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so let me show the slide first. I want to mention for topic is about the social housing. Is the main task for our government, and we need to boost some rental market by the agency, and then there are still people have cannot afford the rent for affordable housing. So we need to give some subsidy to those people. And the last one is we propose some act to enforcement by the government to treat unsafe or unstable building. Okay, next, please. Okay, we can see this figure is very stable growth. This is new build social housing by the government. Right now we have nearly 50,000, but we still have 70,000 shortage to be overcome. So it's still have a long way to run. Next one. This is the design and plan of the social housing. As mentioned before, social housing or public housing in this area used to be a LIMBY facilitated. Based on the Housing Act, we have to provide no less than 40% for specific people, such like low income, disadvantaged family. So in most people think this social housing is just like a slum. But how to deal with this problem? We add some more functional support. Next one. This is okay. Back to the okay. We add some function in this social housing. For example, we provide some daycare service for elderly or disabled. And we add kindergarten and community center, and even we provide more fantastic outdoor recreation and open space. So the social house right now is accessible by the local people right now. Next one, thank you. But it's not only depend on the government to new build social housing. We need to find some house from the open market. So the first thing we need to build more healthy rental market in this place. In fact, in Taiwan, to rent a house is just negotiated by landlord and tenant. They're not to depend on the agent. So we tried to change this situation and to propose a new law. It's Rental Housing Act. It's just 2 years ago. So we like to grooming the prosperity about this agent and company to help to find more house from the open market. Next one. And you can see this figure. At this moment, we have 26,000 housing unit, but it's not enough. We target about 80,000 household for leasing. So it's still shortage for 4,000 to go. Next, please. And this figure showed some people they still not can afford the rent to rent affordable housing. So we provide subsidies. Right now, we support for every household about 2,000 to 8,000 per month per house. So from 2007, we already subsidize more than 750,000 households in our country. Next one. Okay, this is the last slide. Unfortunately, we live in the earthquake sensitivity area, so we don't know next earthquake will happen at any time. To face this situation, we propose act, a Reconstruction Act and Regeneration Act, to encourage people, if their house is unstable or unsafe, they can ask to a more incentive to rebuild the house. Right now, we have more than 3,000 cases to do this job. Okay, next one. Okay, this is all I supplement, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, we really run out of time, but the last panelist will join us, Timothy. So, I really so welcome Timothy to join us, because I know him is a very successful developer, and he tried to share his best practice. So, Timothy, would you please? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Aloha again from Hawaii. You can see a beautiful sunset behind me. It's getting into the Thanksgiving evening. But thank you for inviting me. Thanks to HURC and FIAP Taiwan for this great honor to be here today. I know we're running out of time, so I'll try to brief. So I'm not going to put anything up. So just to let you know that. Yes, thank you so much to all the speakers and everybody. And And I think we're talking about affordable housing. Definitely the demand is there. I was able to do 2 affordable housing in Hawaii, in the urban core, right? By Waikiki and Alamana Shopping Center, for those of you who came to Hawaii before. And nobody has imagined that anybody would do any affordable housing in such an urban core. Because since you know that Hawaii has one of the highest price for the real estate market in the United States and around the world. But I was able to offer 60% affordable and 40% market. But all 100% affordable market were offered to the local residents of Hawaii. Because my goal is to put quality up and price down. And as an affordable housing, I have a misconception that it's cheap units, cheap projects. But it doesn't have to look cheap. It doesn't have to be cheap. Because this has to, my project is considered as a community project. We offer from 0 income to 140% every income in Hawaii. And for 600 units, I did, first project was 485 units. Second was 530 units. And there was about 1,000 units that provided in 5 years. And I was able to offer 600 units, which was 60%. And for 600 units, we had 10,000 possible applicants came to our seminar. And it shocked me. And that's the reason why I'm here today. Thanks to Lily and thanks to Danielle for their great leadership to housing, educate around the world. And my motto was to go and do it. Why don't we just go ahead and do it? And nobody believe in success of our project, but because we targeted the right market, I was able to have a sold out within matters of days and weeks. All 1,000 units were sold out, even during pandemic. We had no cancellation. And in fact, I just completed my second project a couple months ago, and people are still moving in. But we have no cancellation, and we still have a few hundred people on wait list. And the reason being is, as I mentioned it, when I first started this project, I asked my little son, 4-year-old, about 10 years ago, about 7 years ago, and he was learning. And I asked the little son, 4-year-old, Isaiah, what is community? We'll learn about community. And he answered me with a striking answer. He said, Daddy, sharing is caring. And that's when I started to really realize that we need to work together as a community. We're talking about private-public partnership. But the most important thing that we're leaving out is people. We need to focus on the people who are the buyer. We need to really have them be part of the win-win, not just win-win situation between public and private sector, but we have to have them as a part of the winning situation. So win-win-win situation, that's the model that I wanted to offer. And as Lily mentioned in the beginning, now I'm working with the Maui mayor, Maui County, but other very expensive, more than Honolulu area. The housing for past 30 years, there was not enough affordable housing at all. And now I'm working on these 2 projects, planning on to give 100% affordable housing there, between 80% AMI range to 100% AMI range. So that's the current project that I'm working with the Maui County. And it is always difficult to work with the government. A lot of people have misconception on that. Yes, I admit it is still hard to work with the government sector, but it is doable. And about Danielle wanted me to talk about as a developer, is it profitable? Developers shy away. They are hesitant because they think affordable housing, you don't make profit out of it. But would I be doing 100% affordable housing if I didn't make the profit for 60% affordable for my 2 projects? So the answer to that is yes, there's a profit. We can make the profit only with the help of government sector, public sector. So a lot of times challenges of a public sector is when we work with the public sector government, lengthy entitlement and permitting process. What I'm trying to do is constantly communicate with the government to have them step up from being facilitator to partners. So I urge government, city council, the mayor's office, and the governor's office to step up as partner, meaning that they come in with the grant, they come in with the government subsidized financing with the low interest rate for the developer. They come in with exemptions. They come in with tax credits, because otherwise, developer themselves, they cannot do it. There's no way we can do it with the high construction costs, especially in Hawaii. There's no way. But the reason that we're the only first project with the 60% affordable being successful is because I was able to pull that out from the state government and also city government to cover that. So yes, there's a profit. I wanted to make sure that Daniel asked me to talk about that, because I encourage developers out there that it is doable, it is profitable. And with the government sector, when we work together, I'm still working with the sector to shorten the entitlement process, because time is money forever. And that way we can work and build faster. As I mentioned, that for those people, 10,000 people showing up for 600 units, my mission and vision is to build 10,000 homes for those first-time home buyers mostly. And I wanted to continue to do that. And again, let's not forget about people. People have to be at the center. And yes, we a lot of great programs from Taiwan and Korea and all that. But for me, I like to give this opportunity, building affordable housing, as a fee simple, meaning for sale, so that they can step up and have better unit as a housing letter. And government sector, often they ask questions, how do we maintain accountability? How do we make it sustainable? So sometimes they try to kind of lock them in for, let's say, 30 years, they have to keep it accountable. But my project was 10-year buyback program. After 10 years buyback program, they can turn them into market and have the capital gain. So I want the buyers to make the capital gain and have a better housing as for their children and next generation. And but then government can continue to work with the developer and do more affordable housing. That way, we'll have several and many affordable housing in volume to continue to build more and have a profit out of it. And another restriction on that government program that we're doing right now is they have a share appreciation equity, which is that whatever they make after 10 years, their capital gain, partial, like maybe 10 to 30% based on how much they make the capital gain, will be paid to the government, so that government can use that fund to encourage other developers to continue to do more affordable housing. So yes, I would love to talk about it. And maybe I can talk overnight on this one, but I just wanted to kind of honor finish here. But it is doable. We need to do more affordable housing, not just Hawaii, around the world, including Taiwan. And I encourage government sector and private sector to go into this affordable housing, believe affordable housing, and just build as if you're building it for your own family. Then you cannot go wrong. Thank you, Lily.
Taiwan, we can let you talk the whole section. Thank you. For everybody to know today, besides all of you, we also have more than 250 online audience. Okay, so that's why I have a lot of Q&A would like to ask. And the first one will be for Daniel, my dearest sister, Daniel. You have to answer this question, but I don't know how long we can have it for you, okay? The first question for Daniel is, how is the affordable housing defined? Who are the target populations? How long can the residents stay? If this housing are sold to the residents, is there any regulation about resale, such as profit or the criteria or new residents? That is the first question for Daniel. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. So really, I would like to mention that in the United States, the way people calculate affordable housing is that you should not be spending more than 30% of your income. So if you're married, it's the income of two people put together. So 30%, if you're paying more than 30%, it's considered non-affordable. The reality is in the United States, most people pay over 50% of their income on housing. So that's why the need is exponential in the United States as it is everywhere else. And many cities have regulation that if you're buying affordable housing, you have to keep it a certain time at a fixed price and not try to sell it for a profit so it remains affordable, like Timothy actually mentioned, and maybe he can explain this program. Thank you.
Thank you. But the other question is also for Daniel, but I rather give to the Timothy, because talking about the win-win policy, I think Timothy probably can answer us. Can I ask you, Timothy? The second question is asking, we all know that most suitable or affordable housing is of social welfare. But for the private sector, interest is often an important consideration. From your past experience, how can the private sector find the relationship between self-interest and the social welfare? How can they balance? Can you elaborate a little more? Please, Timothy, can you? Oh, probably even Daniel, you would like to answer some, you can answer after Timothy. Thank you.
Yes, private sector, again, working with the public sector and also for the people, we have to consider, what is their income group, what is profitable and what is not. So it's careful planning, budgeting, and also, a financing need has to be brought in to satisfy everybody's need. And like I said, for the developer, it's profitable. For the people who are under a low income level, that's why the government program comes with 60% regulation, 80% regulation, 100% regulation. But we're trying to group in that in Hawaii, just for instance, it's 80% to 140% area median income is considered as a gap group, which means that they are not as low to go to rental market, or they cannot buy any market unit because of the expensive housing program in Hawaii. So we're trying to target those people's income level to achieve that, the need to go into, according to their income level, we price it with the government. There's a restriction regulation that we can sell within that price range. And by doing so, we're working together with the government and private sector like myself. Again, it is profitable, but we need to work in the government sector's range to find those people and satisfy their need so that they can come in and buy, and we can work together on that profit price. Danielle, you can elaborate more.
So I just want to mention that it's not only the homeless or the low income, but it's also now more and more middle class also needs affordable housing because prices have increased too much. Thank you.
Okay, so because before we run out of time, we do have the other questions for Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, according to the buy-to-rent pattern, I wonder which price level would the government adopt to purchase this housing from private landlord? Is it a good question for you? I don't know. Dr. Zhang?
Yes, in the process of buy-to-rent, the public body, especially government or LH, usually buy the existing housing in the market price, and then relent to the vulnerable class in a very lower price compared to the market price. It is possible because the government funding system is support to the public provider, for example, LH. Yes.
Difficult to define the market price, especially in Taiwan too, Can you explain a little bit more, please? Do you have any certain standard for the market price?
Could you help me to explain
Yes,
more?
of course. We have a private company that set the price for the apartment. They see the apartment, they evaluate the apartment, and set the price, and we use that price as a standard, so we buy it and we can rent it to the vulnerable classes in much lower price, because we are the LH, we are the public corporation, we have the government fund. We can use the government fund to liquidate the gap between the vulnerable classes price and the market price.
Well, okay, because we have to find those solution for Taiwan too. So, thank you. You know, so far I only have these questions from the online, and because we have the other two speakers here, so I would like to check. How about our Dr. Huang? You know, can you just say the final comments? You know, for this morning's forum. Do you have any final comments after we heard so many speakers, and you can share your thinking? Okay, thank you.
现场用中文，所以我用中文来回答。今天早上其实听了这个世界的其他地方的案例，我觉得对台湾其实是很有启示，因为市长也提到嘛，经过了这10年，其实有关社会住宅的想象还有政策，慢慢的逐步实践出来，但是我们仍然面临到就是住宅可负担率等等的问题。那我想这是全球的像经济货币宽松政策之下，造成的一些结果。那如果我们展望下一个世代，尤其在座也有很多年轻人哦，下个世代会面临的居住的状况，目前就是好像看不到一个比较大，在台湾会能够回应他们居住需求的整体比较有利的策略。那我如果有一点结语的话，我就觉得税制改革等等，其实还要多管齐下。那像或者是在我们的包租代管等等的策略，刚刚韩国的案例啊，我们政府购买其实是一种多元化应用，但台湾其实购买有点困难。那或者是民间部门，刚刚那个Daniela 谈到的说，这个 developer must build affordable housing， 我觉得这个其实是一个非常有力的、非常 powerful 的 message。那其实也值得这边台湾的不动产业一起来思考努力。谢谢。
谢谢我们黄所长哈，谢谢。那最后呢，我也很想，因为根据今天早上的所有的演讲者哈分享他们的经验，其实我们看得到台湾还有很多，不管在政策上或者是在这个公司如何合作的议题上面，应该有很多可以再去做探讨。那可不可以最后请教一下我们陈副署长，为我们做最后的 comment？ 谢谢。
好，谢谢。我是用中文好了啊。首先呢，在我们国内啊，我们认为最重要的首要工作是改变一个习惯，也就是这个华人世界的一个习惯，不一定要去拥有一栋房子 ，to own a house instead to rent a house。这是我们目前首要的工作，然后接下来呢，在这样的一个环境下呢，我们就可以去谈这类的房屋的价格高涨等等一些租税公平的问题，就容易去解决。所以呢，我们首要的工作就是从拥有到这个租啊，这是我们要做的。另外一件事情，今天听到几位的这个专家或几位学者的建议啊，那因为很多的这个在国际上面的一些做法，包括我们 Daniel 讲的很多都 inspire， 让我非常的感动啊，就是说在那么多的方式之下，都可以去考量到一个基本居住权利的尊重。好像我们回到这 affordable housing 这个部分，那这个部分其实不一定要花很多的钱。政府变成是一个很大的 burden 去做这个事，那我们也会开始有这样的一个想法跟创意，来看一看国外的一些这样的一个做法，我们后续也会在我们政策推动上面呢把它引进来。谢谢。
谢谢，谢谢我们陈副署长。 那我们今天早上的这个会也应该算圆满哈。那真的也再次谢谢我们 Daniel， 他其实是代表从纽约 ，but right now you are in the Quebec, right？ 在加拿大哈。And also thank you, Dr. John, okay, and also Timothy from Hawaii. Right now it's not today for you. I always have to watch out the Hawaii time is so much different, okay? So thank you so much, and I hope we still have a lot to learn from you. So in the future, I hope I have a chance to invite you again. 这个我们今天早上所有的这个演讲的内容，还有包括我们的问题，还有包括未来，我们都会放在我们的官方网站上面，让大家还是可以去看哈。那也希望这样子的活动下午继续支持。
And Daniel, John, Timothy, would you please stay with us for 30 more seconds? Because we want to have a photo with you. Yeah, we can see your faces on the big screen. We're going to have Lily, Professor Huang, and also Deputy Director General Chen.
You know what? We have a lot of FIAPC friends is online. So let's take a photo to show them.
Yes, okay. Please look at the camera. Maybe 3 of our Korean friends. You can all join us for the photo? Yes, okay. Yeah, right, okay. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. One more, okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again, and thank you very much. Happy holidays. Thank you so much to Daniel and Timothy, and thank you to Dr. John. Welcome back. The first topic that we're going to focus this afternoon is resilient housing in a changing world. Professor Peng was responsible for public housing, new town development, and comprehensive development planning, and as the Executive Secretary at the Provincial Department of Housing and Urban Development. He was chairman of Taiwan Institute of Urban Planning. Right now, he is the Emeritus Professor of Department of Architecture and Graduate School of Architecture and Urban Design, National Taipei University of Technology, Taiwan. Let's welcome our moderator, Professor Peng.
谢谢介绍。大会主席、2位主讲人以及2位与谈人，还有我们各位来宾以及线上的各位贵宾，大家午安，大家好。
好。
那么我们现在就开始进行今天的第2个场次的主讲跟与谈。那我是台北科技大学教授彭光辉，很荣幸能够来担任这个场次的主持人。另外，我们大会呢也邀请了2位的主讲人跟与谈人。那我想要事先来跟各位介绍一下第1位的主讲人呢，他是 Andries Binker 这位会长，他是瑞士所谓的2000瓦智慧城市2000 Watt Smart City Association 的这个会长。那么这个学会呢，它主要是以中地理论跟智慧网络、智慧技术、智慧能源，还有智慧食物生产呢，来试图推动所谓的智慧跟碳中和的城市转型。那么第2位的主讲人呢，是我们国内我们内政部的营建署的国民住宅组的欧振兴组长那欧组长呢，他主要的工作呢，就是秉承我们住宅法，来积极推动8年20万户社会住宅跟包租代管的住宅政策这是他的使命。那么另外呢，我们还有2位的与谈人，第1位呢是国际知名的绿建筑大师张清华建筑师女士那么她也是9点联合建筑师事务所的主持人。那第2位的与谈人是陈彦仲特聘教授，那他也是我们国际知名的都市系统跟政策分析，还有住宅规划的教授。 来自成功大学的都市计划学系啊，那目前也是都市计划学会的理事长。那么等一下呢，在陈老师轮到他的时候，他是以视讯的方法来跟各位做语谈啊。那么今天的主题呢，是探讨面对变动环境的韧性住居啊。那么从主题上来看，有2个重点啊。第一个是环境变动，第二呢是韧性住居。那么从环境变动来看呢，我们可以了解这个包括的范围相当的广啊，包括到气候的变迁、人口的增长、都市化、高龄化，还有我们对于能源、食物、水，乃至于这个传染病等等的这种不安啊。那么在这样的一个情况之下呢，这种各种自然灾害、人为的压力呢，都会造成对环境的扰动啊。因此呢，在所谓的我们的这个韧性住居呢，也就是希望在这种扰动之下呢，我们能够营造一种高适应啊、高调适，而且能够迅速复原的一种住宅啊，来适应我们目前这种变动的时代啊。那么根据这个世界银行的报告哈，大概我们大部分的家庭呢，住宅所占有的这个在每一个家庭的财产大概占了50%到90%。同时呢，根据研究，大概有80%住宅欠缺的这些家庭，他们所需要，根据研究，他们所需要的是一个 better housing， 是一个如何得到一个更好的住宅，而不是只是一个新的住宅啊。所以从这个方面来看呢 ，better housing， 什么叫 better， 什么叫更好，其实就是今天要谈的这个所谓 resilience， 这个所谓韧性的住宅啊。所以今天我们谈的这个议题呢，是非常具有意义的啊。那么，所以呢，我想接下来我是不是就把这个时间呢，我们就交给这个瑞士的2000瓦智慧城市学会的会长President Andrew Binkert，please. You have 30 minutes for presentation.
Wonderful. Good morning, good afternoon, Professor Pang. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. This is a wonderful opportunity for me to share a system for resilient housing that we have developed in Switzerland in the last 20 years. So let me see if I can lead you through the next 20 minutes. And I hope again that the slides work for you and you can see what I'm talking about. Adequate and resilient housing for all, a common and better urban future. This is what we think we can reach with the concept of 2,000-watt smart cities. But let's see where we start. The big problem we are facing is that 180,000 people a day migrate to cities. Now, this is what it looks like. The rush to the cities creates uncontrollable growth. The cities are almost exploding, and the newcomers find no adequate homes, no resilient housing. We have been working in India for the last 10 years, and during the time we were there, the size of these cities have doubled. This is unbelievable. It's also taking its toll on the health of these people. And if you look at this chart of the mortality for premature mortality in all of India, you see that especially the big cities, especially in the foothills of the Himalayas, but also in all the other big cities, is tremendous. This is a vicious cycle. People come to the cities in a hope for work, in a hope for a future, and that future will not happen. Here's an example from Shanghai. I found that a few years back in the Mumbai Mirror, saying how terrible the air in Shanghai is. But no, Shanghai is not the worst at all. As you may have read last week, New Delhi has topped out. India leads the world.
Mr. Binker, we cannot see your slides, so would you please share your screen with us?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No problem. Okay. Yes, here we go.
Can you see my...
Yes, please continue. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will quickly go back to the first slide so that you can follow. This is where we started with 180,000 people a day migrating to the cities, with the results that we all know only too well, and with growing cities that cannot cope with their own growth, with health issues that come from this situation, and with an air that is terrible to breathe. We read last week how terrible it has become now, especially in New Delhi, but also in the other big cities. Even outside the cities, we have environmental and social challenges that even aggravate this situation. The poor are the ones who suffer the most. We, the Western people, have contributed the most to greenhouse gases, but it's the poor who have not contributed much who are impacted by this climate change. And whilst on one side we have the rich world that wants to lose weight because they have too much, and on the other side we have those who suffer from hunger. So what's going wrong? You could say the bigger the city, the bigger the attraction to the people who want to come there for their own future. And they don't know that that also means the bigger the risks. What had started in Europe with the polis in Greece, the city, the polis, sounded like a great idea for people to live together in communities, had grown to metropolis. And the metropolis of the industrialization grew into megalopolis in globalization. And soon we will have to call them dinopolis. Here it is. Our cities have become urban dinosaurs. They are too big, too hungry, and too wasteful. So what is the solution? How can we save the cities? And how can we build new cities for all these people who are flocking to the metropolis? Our solution is simple, but difficult to reach. We know that, but we have to fight for it. We, the developed countries and the developed cities, who often are rich cities, must drastically reduce the footprint, whilst at the same time, poor cities or developing cities must have a chance to prosper. Without excessively emitting climate gas, because we know that the man-made CO2 must be reduced globally, not only on the West, everywhere, to zero by 2050. 2,000 watt smart cities paves that reduction path to smart and sustainable living. A few years back, we studied the situation by comparing Zurich, my hometown, with Nagpur in India. And we found something interesting. At the percentage, the rich people on the right side of this chart are using way too much energy, never mind whether it's in Zurich or in Nagpur. Whilst the poor people in the Western world are relatively sustainable, but in the poor countries are way below what they should have as energy to prosper. So if we take the 2000 watt limit, we have a reduction potential for the rich that is tremendous, and the development potential for the poor that is just as impressive. So this is why in Switzerland we have now voted, the population has voted, to become a 2000 watt society. We know that's an in-between step to net zero. But this is what we know how to do. 2000 watt of combustible energy and 2000 kilos of greenhouse gases per person can be reached by 2035 if we apply today's technologies. And with tomorrow's technologies, between 2035 and 2050, we will reach net zero. So how do we do that? How does the city of the future look? Well, we're convinced that the city of the future will be a smart grid. And if we start with the building, we know that already today we can build smart buildings that operate carbon-free. And if we take several ones of these buildings together, we can form a community. And several communities together form a town, if we connect them smartly. And if you have several towns and you combine them, you become a smart city. So this is the secret. And here's the proof of the concept in Switzerland. We started 20 years ago to build this small township outside of Zurich. You see the Lake of Zurich on top, and down below is what we called Green City. Green City Zurich features high density. It has minimized its embedded energy. It is zero carbon in operation already today. It has mixed use, and it is well connected to all the surroundings. Now, that was 20 years ago. In the meantime, 40 of such communities have been built in Switzerland, and the race towards 2000 watt and 2000 kilo has not only begun, but is a success. And the adaptation of this certificate for 2000 watt smart cities has now jumped to India. And by the end of this year, we're proud to announce that we will have our first Indian certificate, 2000 watt smart cities. So what started in Green City Zurich and had grown into all of Zurich, becoming a 2000 watt smart city, over the last 10 years had grown into all of Switzerland, with 40 such small towns, making all of Switzerland a smart 2000 watt city. So this is Switzerland. That's where we started. But now let's go abroad. Let's go to Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, we found Pune. And the district of Pune, if you compare that with Switzerland, is almost half of the size of our whole country. So we asked ourselves the question, why shouldn't we try to make Pune district a smart district that is 2000 watt and will become net zero by 2050? So we started with the center, the CBD, and the ring road that leads all around this town. So from the middle, the primary node, we call it, the CBD, we have the ring road, and along the ring road, we have secondary nodes. And they're always at the intersections of the highways and the planned ring roads. Connectivity is key. And around these secondary ones, we are building tertiary nodes those communities, just like Green City in Zurich. And here is the concept. One of those we've built one-to-one in Zurich, and you're welcome to come and visit and see how these people live. In India, very, very important. When we build a city, we build it on farmland, greenfield. In Switzerland, this is not possible anymore. We don't have that much land anymore. So we do brownfield. We renovate existing cities. But all the same, at the end, on 1 square kilometer, there will be 20,000 people living, mostly fed from the surroundings, the direct surroundings of this town. And all of that will be 2,000 watt. Now keep in mind, today in Switzerland, we're using 5,000. By 2035, we will be down with this concept to 2,000. And in the year 2050, we must reach net zero. So here is how we translated this concept to different sites. These sites are all on the ring road around Pune. Every community, of course, needs an economic motor to become successful, so people can walk to work. This has become the slogan in India, walk to work. With this system, we can do it. And we had to train people in Pune. Here you have a couple slides from meetings we've had with the authorities. We explained to them how it works. We showed them the smart aspects, but also the planning aspects of these 2,000 watt townships. And we explained to them how we can control that what we are designing or what they are designing will be 2,000 watt. So here you see the certificate that Professor Pang mentioned in the beginning, these 6 elements that we have: density, energy grid information, research, and the smart tech centers. And then, of course, the energy that is sustainable. All of the operative energy is renewable. Then the smart food production, and at the end, the label. Here you see the balance score. Out of 800 points, the township that applies for the certificate needs to reach at least 50% in each one of the subject areas. And all the yellow ones are those that have to do with smartness. And keep in mind, smart doesn't mean expensive gadgets. Not at all. We start with no tech before low tech, before high tech. But we use the new technologies and the opportunities that come with this. And if you compare the label 2,000 watt smart cities with all the other labels with whom we work together, we're very happy for all those other labels because they bring us closer to this goal of net zero in 2050. You can see that the combination of all of them is 2,000 watt per person and 2,000 kilos of CO2 emission per person by 2035 as a first step that we can control already today and should build already today. Of course, you have heard about the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, out of the 17, 2,000 watt smart cities reach 12. You know, we don't have an ocean, and some of the other elements that we cannot control are the 5 we haven't reached yet. But 12 out of 17 can be reached in all of these new sustainable towns. And all of the ESGs are being reached if you are controlling it with the system we have proposed. Now, of course, you can find all of that also on the net under www.2000watt smart cities. taiwan.org, or you may have heard some of it at COP26, where we were invited to present the system together with the Indian authorities. And even TEDx found it interesting enough to make a TEDx talk on the topic. All of that boils down to a simple truth. Communities attract financial institutions and investors alike by communicating and proving that they want to become green. And one way to prove that is the certificate of 2001 smart cities. So having said all that, we're looking at your country. Taiwan has the same size as Switzerland. The people in Taiwan earn as much as the people in Switzerland. And even your mountains are as high as our mountains. So we are really allies in spirit. And being so, we wonder, if we share so many things already, why shouldn't we share the same label to sustainability and to a better and greener future, to resilient housing in a changing world? So here are the takeaways. 2001 Smart Cities is a Swiss label. It equalizes per capita the right to energy and carbon. It is accountable, not only for buildings, but also for townships, towns, and whole cities, well, even to whole islands and countries. It is Swiss tested, and it helps those cities to receive funding by international investment agencies. And it can be a role model for the future, for a sustainable development, for a greener and a better world. Thank you very much.
Let's welcome our second speaker, Zheng Xing-Wu, Division Chief of Public Housing Division, Construction and Planning Agency, Ministry of the Interior, Taiwan.
我们张理事长，还有我们彭主持人哈，那还有各位与会的各位来宾哈，大家午安，大家好。
好。
我想我们今天，刚刚我们瑞士的这个学者呢，他刚刚也提到的这个永续发展的这样的一个议题哈。那刚刚我们一直在听的过程里面，大家都听到所谓的200瓦的、2000瓦的这个社区的这样的一个过程哈。那它的 focus 的部分呢，其实大概是在这样的一个方向来进行。那从2000瓦的社区一直发展到所谓的这个智慧城市哦，其实在他们国家在发展过程里面，其实是应该是很先进的哦。那反观到我们台湾这个部分，其实我今天要讲的部分，其实大概就是一个比较 focus 是在我们台湾在公共住宅、在社会住宅的这个领域这样的一个范畴，来探讨一下我们到底在整个永续发展的这些指标上面，到底落实了哪一些部分？所以呢，现在呢，我们的探讨就还仅限在我们台湾的公共住宅，跟这些指标的落实上面的一个过程哈。所以呢，这部分我想首先跟各位大致上区分一下我们目前的一个概念哈。好，那我想今天的题目刚刚提到的题目呢，是我们叫 Smart Housing 哈，韧性住居策略在社会住宅的实践哈。那顾名思义哦，我们希望刚刚所提到的社会住宅怎么样在实践的过程里面，怎么样用 SMART 的这样的概念来检视哈。好，那我们有分4个部分来跟大家做个介绍。在我们整个都市化的过程里面，那我们都会觉得说，在过程里面会是一个这样的一个过程哈。那这样的过程是什么呢？也就是说呢，在我们整个都市发展过程里面，就会发现呢，在进入到这个都市之后呢，就会发现这个都市可能它的住宅、它 房价太高啊。另外呢，我们居住起来可能会不是那么的安全，品质没有那么的好啊。另外呢，可能在都市就业呢，会发现我们在过程里面就业跟居住的地方其实会有相距比较远的地方，甚至于呢，我们在过程里面发现我们居住会是一个不友善的一个状态哦。那在我们的这个联合国的永续发展的指标里面呢，它有讲到，就是所有人呢都能够获得充足、安全跟负担得起的住房跟基本的服务，这是我们在 SDG 的第11项里面的一个重点。那我们在国的住宅法也特别提到，我们要使我们全体国民呢能够居住在适宜的住宅，而且享有尊严的居住环境。这件事情呢都符合我们在不管是联合国的这个永续发展指标，跟我们现在住宅法的规定，其实都应该落实这一块。那很不幸的，在我们台湾呢，其实在这样的一个情况底下，又增加了一个3高1低的状况。所谓的3高呢，刚刚提到的房价高。另外我们的自由率很高，另外我们的空屋率很高，所以呢就产生了这一些所谓很吊诡矛盾的现象，那哪个低呢？就是我们公共住宅的提供是很低的，所以呢我们在这样的方式来检视的话，其实我们在过程中还需要一个很大的努力空间哦。好，那整个刚刚提到的，我们在整个过程里面，我们发现在国际社会里面，在对于这个住居的这个指标上面，联合国刚刚提到的，我们对于适足居住权的保障这件事情是很重视的。另外呢，也都希望大家都能够得到一个充足、安全，而且是能够有可以负担的这样的一个住居的状态。那在我们 OECD 经济合作与发展组织的这一个强调上面呢，也都希望住宅的这样的一个资源呢，能够促进所谓的经济跟社会的整个发展。所以呢，它是鼓励社宅的兴建哈。那另外呢，我们世界银行特别因应所谓的气候变迁的这样的议题，加入了相关的议题而来创造一个韧性住宅的这样的概念。那韧性住宅，它当然必须要因应相关环境、相关社会、相关经济的这样的一个影响，怎么样来因应，来创造一个韧性住宅。所以呢，我们在整个韧性城市的住宅的倡议上面呢，我们现在在强调的是一个对于经济的生机的社区的发展，另外对于环境永续这一块要适应环境风险跟压力，另外呢，对于所谓社区治理的能力呢，也应该要以强调。另外，对于我们保障生命安全的部分，也应该要有所保障。那这几个面向把它结合起来呢，我们创造了我们一个叫做韧性住宅的一个概念。好，那我们在整个社宅的发展，其实从民国100年开始呢，一直到现在，从住宅法萌芽到整个发展，到这个时间到广建社宅的一个阶段哦。那我们这样的一个阶段的发展，其实我们希望这样的发展的过程呢，能够让世界能够了解。所以我们在2019年呢，我们特别呢去参与了智利所举办的这个亚太经合会 APEC 的一个会议哦。那在里面有一个城镇化议题的主席资友会议里面呢，我们发表的一个论文哦，论文的题目呢，就是一个叫做 SMART 一个 Strategy for Adequate Quality and Affordable Housing in the APEC Region 的这样的一个题目。主要呢，就是我们来强调一个在台湾我们在兴办社宅的经验，它是提供一个合适、有品质且可负担的这样的住宅政策。那在与会我们APEC总共有21个会员体当天呢有18个会员体参与这样的一个讨论。那我们经过一些热烈的讨论之后呢，其实有些国家实在是符合我们的这样的一个说法，包括智利、马来西亚、新加坡的部分呢，也做了相关的这个正面的回应哦。好，那原则上呢，我们从2019的这样的一个过程，我们去跟这个 APEC 做个报告之后呢，其实又经过了这段时间哦。那我们再来检视一下，我们怎么样 来落实我们的这个 SMART 的这样的一个概念。那 SMART 当然这有5个特色哈，我们希望从这个5个指标来检验一下我们台湾现在的社宅的一个发展。哦，我们把这5个指标呢，把它浓缩成 SMART 的这5个英文字哈，从 sustainability， 从 multidiscipline 到 accessibility， 到 resilience， 到 technology， 这5个指标呢，我们来检视一下在台湾的社宅的一个发展的一个经验哈。好，那从我们的落实永续性的这一块来进行，那这些部分从我们整个住宅全生命周期来进行这部分永续的这个检验。那我们刚刚从我们瑞士的这个教授他所强调的这一个所谓的生态永续的这样一个2000瓦的社区的概念来进行，其实你会看到我们现在的社区其实已经慢慢有发展这样的一个场域哦。那包括我们现在的社宅都需要取得所谓的绿建筑标章哦。那第二个呢，我们对于再生能跟智慧电网的部分，其实刚刚提到那个智慧电网哦，所谓的这个 Smart Grid 这样的一个电网的一个架构，其实在我们台北市的兴隆的社宅里面呢，其实都有这种概念哦。他们在过程里面呢，希望能够透过一个创能啊，这个储能到节能的这样的一个阶段，能够来让整个社区、整个电网的一个部分呢，能够就刚刚提到2000瓦的这种社区，能够达到这样的一个标准。当然，这个距离有点远，它只是一个实验场域哈。那我想从公部门的这个住宅呢，能够来做起步，让这样的一个概念呢，能够来做发展。那我们取法我们瑞士这样的一个经验，其实我们希望未来能够达到一个所谓的零排放的这样的一个社区的一个概念哦。那在整个我们南港的机场的基地的社宅，其实也都已经有了这个所谓循环经济的这样的运用哈。它在整个它的整个规划设计的过程里面呢，它已经它提到有减少到4万吨的这样的建材的设计。另外呢，这些之后的建材也可以做回收。也可以达到6万吨，可以做循环回收。所以呢，在这样的一个过程里面，他们也得到世界的认证，也获得了这个循环经济的认证 BS8001的这样的一个认证的标准哦。那另外呢，我们在整个桃园的8德2号，或者是在我们住宿中心所发包的延吉社宅，或者是华江 A 区的社宅的部分呢，也透过了相关的这些创新工法，包括预铸的一些墙面的预铸，另外呢，也包括 OB 的这一个整体卫浴的这样的一个系统，那让整个的一个工法或者说工进呢，能够透过这样的过程呢，能够有一些精进哦。那另外呢，我们在桃园的这个社宅呢，它普遍已经不再让这一个住户呢，能够有一些自购的部分，能够透过以一个这个冷气跟家具呢，能够以租代买的方式呢来进行。那我想这些东西都是在慢慢能够朝着这个所谓的智慧或是永续的社区呢来发展的一个过程哈。那第二个部分呢，就是我们讲的这个整个区域整合的跨域整合这一块的处理哈。那我想在整个跨域处理的这个部分，多元附属设施的回应地区的需求的这一块，其实在我们的住宅法里是都已经做一些规定哦。那住宅法里面有保留一定的空间来作为社府相关的长照、商业服务设施的这一些必要的附属设施，这些在法规里面都有做相关的规定。当然，在我们目前为了因应所谓的这个高龄化、少子化的过程，那对于这些托老托育的部分呢，也会特别去强调在这方面的一些规划。那另外呢，在整个社区，除了这些硬体的这些提供之外，那当然对于软体怎么样来使用这一些设施，怎么样结合，让整个社区能够透过社区营造、总体营造的这样的概念呢，能够扰动整个社区，让社区能够活跃起来。这件事情其实也是我们现在正在做的哈，包括我们台北市的一个青年创新回馈的计划，还有包括我们丰原安康社区的共好社宅。另外呢，新北市呢也透过一个跨世代共居种子计划的推动哦。那另外我们目前 国家住屋中心对林口社宅的公共艺术设置计划，都已经展现到所谓的社区总体营造的这样的概念的投入啊。那当然，这个过程里面是希望透过一些青创户的进驻到社区之后，举办相关的这些活动。我刚才提到的，怎么样去扰动社区，让社区的居民呢能够来参与这个相关的活动，进而产生了一个社区意识。那另外呢，我们对公共艺术的这样的一个设置，其实都已经有了一些长足的变化，不再是只是在设置一个实体的一个公共艺术，而是希望能够在过程里面是一个复合型的公共艺术的创作，先凝聚社区的共识之后呢，那来创造出公共艺术的一个整体的一个价值。我想这个部分都是在过程里面一直在做一些精进跟转换哦。那这件事情其实都已经在我们的这个社宅里面呢，已经开始在萌芽，也开始在进行，而且都有一定的成果展现哦。在我们讲可及性的部分哦，我们在可及性的这一块，除了我们讲的这个区位的可行之外，是不管是在整个经济条件，不管是它的声纹条件，不管是它整个的一个空间条件上面呢，我们都希望它都是可及的状态哦。那我们讲社宅在选址的过程里面，它本身在过程其实它是经过选择的。他希望能够取得一个交通便利的一个基地，或者是我们现在透过所谓的 TOD 的这个部分，以大众运输系统为导向来进行这个社宅的这个选址，这件事情也都已经在我们现在社宅的一个盘点的过程里面，是一个最大的一个选择因素哦。那另外呢，怎么样让这一些对于创造无障碍的空间，或者说对于这个相关身障的这些户数呢，能够进入到社区里面来，让这样的空间进入是可及性的，那都是在我们的这个规划里面来进行。另外，对于经济社会的弱势，也能够在我们的社区里面呢，能够优先来做承租，那让这个弱势照顾也可以达到可及的状态。那我们住宅法在今年6月9号修法之后呢，我们把社会跟经济弱势的30%也提高到40%了。那另外，我们对租金的这个收取，我们透过相关的这一些机制啊，让这个我们的经济跟社会弱势呢，能够得到优惠的租金哦，不管是以所得，不管是以身份，那都有一定的相关的这一些优惠的处理。所以呢，对于这一些负担的部分呢，也能够让它可及哦。那另外，在我们整个这个社宅里面呢，也会提供一些特殊条件的来做进驻哈，那包括一些 NGO 团体哈，像立信基金会也好，或者是对于这一些特殊族群的，像这个自闭儿哈，或者是相关的这一些团体呢，它也可以透过这个过程，能够来申请团体入住哦。那这个在我们林口社宅已经有这些相关的案例，也包括地方政府也都有设置相关的这些条件呢，来给这个特殊团体来进驻。那对于一些原住民社宅啊等等部门都会在各地方政府依照它实际的需要来设置相关的这一些社宅哦。好，那再来就是我们最重要的这个韧性的这一块哈。那韧性住宅在我们社宅的这个规划设计到完工施工到整个营运管理，其实它是在过程里面一般都是一定会被考虑到，因为在台湾，我们本身要适应这些相关的这一些气候条件、极端气候，包括地震、这个风灾、这个水灾等等这些因素呢，其实都是在我们台湾地区是一个很常见的一个状态。那我们在经济跟社会的这个部分，包括少子化、高龄化，这些都是我们必须要面对。怎么样把这些因素把它综合起来，让我们在整个社宅的兴办上面呢，能够得到一些满足。那刚刚提到的这个耐震标章，那都是一个基本配备。那我们在整个 COVID-19 在台湾的这个室内的这段期间呢，那社宅也透过了相关的减租跟缓收租金的方式呢，来减轻住户的这样的一个住宿的压力哈。那我们整个规划设计上面 也当然一定会透过这个过程呢，去做一些相关的调整，包括径流分担和出流管制的这一些规定呢，其实我们都应该要遵守，甚至于我们在过程里面，当然已经有一些实际案例呢，做一些规划，包括我们这边所讲的平镇1号社宅，怎么样透过一个雨水驻留的这样的一个设计呢，在平时呢做一些公共这个浇灌的这样的使用，到了强降雨的时候呢，它也可以透过这个过程呢，变成一个制洪的这样一个功能哦。那过程里面，我们为了一些防疫的一些处理，其实慢慢的现在设计上面也都已经进化到所谓的当成排气的这样的一个过程，不会因为说你楼下有人在抽烟你会影响到你这个室内空间的一个状况的品质哦。那这件事情其实我们在过程里面也都会做相关的一些处理。那最后这一个部分是科技那科技这件事情，我们刚才也或许约略都有提到这个部分，包括预祝工法的这一个提供，刚刚提到的这几个社区呢，也都已经把这个预祝，包括这一个 UV 的这个整体卫浴呢，也都已经考虑进来了。虽然都是刚刚引入但是毕竟它都是一个开始未来我们中央在新办社宅里面，它占了一个很大的比例那这个整体的这个采用，其实它是有机会的那另外我们在整个BIM的这个应用所谓的建筑资讯模型的这样的应用，其实现在已经很广泛的在我们社宅里面去运用了。那甚至有一些更是进步到图资仓储管理的系统包括我们相关的这些施工啦、规模啦、合约啦、这个监工的这些过程的资料，也都会在这里面来予以提供或者说把它做成一个系统的一个建制，让整个不管是BIM也好，不管是所谓仓储的部分，都能够做一些相关的结合。那我们在整个智慧社区里面，现在包括台北市跟台中市都有一些相关的规范来针对所谓的这边提到的智慧社区的部分呢，来予以落实那包括这边所谓的这个水电瓦斯的智慧商表，还有取得智慧建筑的一个标章等等的部分呢，也都在我们的社宅里面呢来予以落实好，那这些部分我们刚刚就用我 SMART 这样的5个概念呢，来看了一下我们社宅的部分。社宅呢，目前呢整个推动的进程呢，从106年到113年呢，我们必须要新办12万户的社宅。那第一阶段的4万户呢，已经在109年已经达成了那未来在中央的这个6万8千户，再像地方的1万2千户呢，总共会有8万户呢，会在今年开始呢，到113年呢，能够发包来兴建那整个过程里面，其实除了量的这个追求之外，对于优质社宅的这个建筑规划，其实我们也很重视这边所提到，我们在第一阶段那4万户，有72.7%都已经至少是取得了2项的标章。那第二阶段的社宅呢，本身呢就至少要取得3项的标章这样的一个过程那当然，在整个街府、社府跟公共服务的部分呢，当然本部也跟卫福部、教育部跟6直辖市建立了沟通平台。那在我们第一阶段，有52%的社区呢，都有1项的社福跟公共服务的设施呢来提供那我们在第二阶段呢，我们每一块的社宅呢，都会有至少设置一项来建构我们的社会的安全网。那在整个日照托婴的部分呢，也会透过相关的这一些地方政府的整个需求的调查之后呢，也会透过前瞻计划跟各部位的预算呢，来进行补助来成就这些相关的这些空间那目前我们在整个社宅的整个规划设计上面，即使在整个生活品质的提升上面，都做了相关的这些设计包括我们对于开放空间的话呢，是所谓的无围墙、低建蔽率的设计；对于整个地面层的开放空间予以开放以友善人行的空间那停车空间的部分呢，对于附近的这些 这些周边的需求的停车呢，也会纳到这个社区里面来做设计，那车位呢统一来做管理。那设无设施刚刚提到的这些设施呢，都会是在我们的社区里面来设置，那甚至于我们提供到附近的社区内来做使用哈。那交通配套，我们对于整个规划车流的动线跟相关的行车的空间呢，也会做相关的处理。那当然，建筑设计上面标章的这个取得跟建筑美学都应该要被处理哦。那我们今年110年呢，我们新办15000户，目前已经在年底大概就会达标到15000户的发包。那这里面呢，就会有53处的社福设施会做提供。那这些事情其实都是透过前置的刚刚所讲的这个整个合作的平台来做讨论之后呢，来得出这样子的一个社福设施的设计跟规划哈。那我们刚刚特别提到的，我们30%到40%的这个弱势的团体，弱势的这个身份的这个提供。那目前呢，虽然法规刚刚才是通过40%的这个比例哦，那现在其实目前都已经达到43.5%哦。那当然我们未来整个对弱势的照顾一定会再提高哦。好，那最后这边我想用这几张的图片，其实我们想要展现的一个是。我们目前在台湾地区整个社宅，不管是在这个林口市大院的高达3000户的社宅，也包括在台北市或者是台中市的这个大概在500到200的这个中型的社宅，甚至到高雄这个仅有55户的这个社宅，都是我们未来在台湾地区整个社宅的一些态样跟分布。那我想。这不管是大跟小跟不同的区位，我们都会透过这5项指标来检视、来做精进，也来做发展，这都是我们未来应该要去做的事情。那后面的路还有很长的一段路要走，不过呢，我们社宅的部分是持续永恒的。那我们希望能够在未来能够展现出我们这个 smart 社宅的这样的一个成果。那以上做报告，谢谢。
Thank you very much to Division Chief Mr. O. And I would like to welcome back our moderator and also panelists. Please also join us on the stage. And also online with us, we have Professor Yan-Zhong Chen and also Mr. Andreas Binkert.
刚刚经过2位主讲人的主讲啊，非常精彩，而且有很多可以值得学习的地方。那么接下来呢，我们今天有2位的这个语坛人。那么第一位呢，因为那个陈彦仲特聘教授呢，因为他等一下有课哈，所以他就先大概以10分钟的时间来为我们语谈。那第2位呢，就请张千华建筑师呢来跟我们做语谈。之后我这边我的手机上面已经有接到这个我们这个一些问题，然后我这个问题呢，我们在现场就叫我们2位主讲人跟2位这个语坛人，那现在就把这个棒子就交给我们陈教授，请。
I apologize that I cut in the line that for the panelists. Because I have a class at 2. Actually, I start right now, but it's okay that I can take a few minutes late because I'm the professor, so it's okay. Sorry for that. And thanks for inviting me to join this conference. And the topic that I'm going to talk is following the speakers. The resilient housing. And my interpretation about the resilient housing is related to some concept that how strong is city capability to recovery from the disaster. And the question is, what is a disaster? That includes some already known the natural disaster, earthquake, some flooding, or even drawing. But there's also some disaster that created by human beings, such like the global warming and the COVID-19. And what about the disaster in the side of the economics? For example, in the city, the housing price is so expensive comparing to the household income. I believe that is not just in Taipei, in capital city, in other nations, I believe also. So that's also another kind of disaster. And also we're talking about the energy. The not sufficient energy for the future city that Professor Pinkers just talking about. How do we reduce and make the city industry together with our living environment together, but not too strong, not too big city, but to make the city people live in a better life. So when we're talking about a resilient housing, we're talking about urban development and urban management, some environment control, and energy sustainability. And I apologize that all these were in Chinese because I was just told to present in English 30 minutes ago, so I don't have time to change all the slide. But I believe it's not too difficult. On the left-hand side, I just like to show that in the 2 weeks ago, the Taiwan Institute of Urban Planning has hosted a conference or forum that are gathering the directors of from each city and county, including Taipei, New Taipei, Taichung, Taijiai, Kaohsiung, all the cities in Taiwan gathering together, talking about what is special planning should we react due to the COVID-19 impact. So basically, here is example on the right-hand side that the Taipei city bring up some very good idea about to rethink what is the planning should doing, and including the green space, including all the creek. We have all different kinds of connection of human activities, and also bring up very important idea about EOD. And what is EOD? That is education oriented development. And that is a very brilliant idea in the city area, because the education, the campus itself has a very big space inside the city, no matter where it is. Even each community has education primary school. And of course, the university campus may be even bigger in Taiwan. So if we can base on the education, the campus to be the center of the community, and everybody can reach this open space in some certain walking distance. We have job opportunity, we have a living convenience department store, or some kind of mixed use of mixed land use in Taiwan, that especially that we have. So that will change the life in the urban very significantly, and without using the heavy traffic. And also the same idea bring up by Keelung City and New Taipei City, bring up the idea of so-called 15 minutes city. That is from the basic idea from the Carlos Moreno, saying that it's all the community must be in a walking distance, so that we have human-based environment construction, we have office, we have multi-use, the facilities, and also the green city design. Pretty much the same as we talked for a long time ago, that TOD, transportation oriented development. We try to focus all the heavy traffic or heavy activities near in Taiwan. We say it's 800 meters, or pretty much like 15 minutes near the center of the MRT station. And also the environment reconstruction, some like Kaohsiung has been proceeded quite a long time, that called Kaohsiung Low House Building, which means that increase a lot of space from the balcony, for example, push out the balcony outside so that we can more space to for the plantation or for the green space, make the people living space more greener. and all the expanded balcony is not count into the floor space, so can have the better space, living quality. And of course, when we're talking about the resilience, we're talking about smart living. I believe that a lot of speakers have already mentioned that, including all the network, of course, 4G or 5G covering, and all the disaster monitoring in everywhere. Now it's becoming a very normal technology, and of course the autonomous, the energy management that's what we were trying to proceed now for the energy management, and it's quite important policies. And of course, important sense is for how can we help the citizens? We need a lot of different kind of sensors, or the different kind of design that to help the information we detect, or all the policy that go to the private use in a first second, so that make people have a time to react when a disaster comes from. So I eventually share my idea. I'll stop it right now. Thank you very much.
那我们接下来就请张清华建筑师为我们语谈。
Just wonder, because I heard that in your country, all the architects go for building permit. They have to declare, they have to do all the calculation of the material they use for the building, for the carbon, to see will that be balanced on their own design. And I wonder how your building regulation can do that to, propound this kind of carbon neutral building. And because Taiwan here, we haven't have this regulation yet, and the building permit, we don't need to architect to forward to propose carbon neutral building, as well as the energy calculation. Is there any calculation tool you use in your regulation there? And I'm very glad to hear that Switzerland already doing all this kind of entire city labeling. And just like if Taiwan can do that by city or by township, that would be very great to have kept up with the international standards. 第二个问题，我想就是说，因为这个两位讲者讲的东西不太一样哈，一个是在讲就是面对那个未来，就是我们就是 COP26 刚刚举办完嘛哈，那全世界都在讲零碳这个事情哈，但是呢，我很怕就是说我们现在就。当然，我们国家花了很多的力气，要让大家有住宅可以住。但是我们很担心，就是说，是不是这个事情，我们是在做过去在做的事情，而不是在做未来在做的事情。也就是说，我们有一个机会从头开始。也许别人也许全世界已经有很好的这个 public housing 的这个制度，而且已经盖了很多。可是他们毕竟可能10几20年前盖的，但是我们台湾现在要盖的是一个未来的住宅。只是说我们因为我们有政府的这个代表在这一片哈，就是说，那我们政府有没有曾经为这些公共住宅提供一个很新的未来的，比如说低碳，因为你像这个瑞士已经做到哈，那个就是说，要走到这个2000瓦这个都市的设计，因为他们从每一个人4700要一直 cut 到2000哈，那从4000到2000，这有1倍的这种就是 energy 的 cut， 显然在 building design 上面，在未来的 operation 上面都会有一个很不一样的。但我觉得大家不会说我这个为了地球好，我就要做什么事情，而是说是靠奖励吗？还是靠补助吗？还是怎么去推动这样的？也许我们没有目标，也许我们有。我是没有听到说我们2030年还是2050年 ，maybe that's the next generation。瑞典有一个小女孩， 他每一天都在跟你讲 How dare you？ 我们都知道他每次瞪大眼睛就，因为我们现在讲的就是 next generation 的事情他说我们如果不做的话，那下一个 generation 会一直看着我们。为什么我们这一代把所有资源、能源都耗损完了？只是说，那我们当然我们的政府照理说应该是延续的如果没有选举的话，那政府是延续的时候，那政府的总有一个目标，比如说，那我们现在21年，2030年在9年。那我们的碳要降到多少？我们的能源，每一个人的能源，以及我们，因为我自己是建筑师，那建筑设计，当然我们可以说自我要求，但是如果我们有一个目标，那我们知道那个目标在哪里？因为每天都在问说，请问我们的碳足迹，每一个材料的碳足迹为什么不能公布？为什么没有一个平台可以让我们去算我们每一栋建筑设计的碳足迹，以及我们营建的碳足迹？可以降到什么程度，然后我们才知道那个目标是我们努力的方向。但是现在我没有看到这些事情，我们只知道我们拼命的在盖一些这个建设，到我们现在所有工程花包不出去，那我们跟民间抢材料、抢人力、抢很多事情。那做这些事情，我们解决的一个是居住问题，可是我们可能对这个环境带来一个无比的灾难。只是说这个事情难道不能同时进行？所以我想这个问题也顺便请教，谢谢。
谢谢谢谢两位与谈人的这个刚刚发表的意见。我想那个在我们进入那个 Q&A 之前，刚刚张建筑师张建筑师有请教那个 President Andrews Binker 的这个问题所以我想第一个问题是不是现在请教 ？Okay, President Andrew Binker, would you like to share your thought on Ms. Zhang's questions? Would you like to respond?
Yes.
Okay.
I hope you can hear me. The carbon footprint of a building or the carbon footprint of a city can be measured with operative, second, embedded, and third is energy. What we do at 2000 certification is we measure all three. Where we're is the first operative energy of all the 2000s is zero. And that means it's zero combustible, which means zero carbon. Now the second one is the one where we're not good yet.
Yeah, Mr. Binker, probably due to some difficulties with the internet connection. Can you talk once again? We want to make sure that we can hear you clearly. Yeah.
I said the footprint can be measured on three ways. The operative is the embedded, and third is boost are necessary. But the first one we're quite good at. The first one, which is the operation of a building or a city, that we know how to get down to zero. What we do not know yet is how to get the embedded energy with the concrete bricks, in the glass, in the steel. That is not zero. And anybody who today talks about net zero is focusing on the operative energy. That's not enough. So what we're for now, try to reduce that carbon footprint of the embedded energy. The only thing that we know how we can do today is sequestration. Sequestration means we are planting trees, or we're taking the carbon out of the air, which is extremely expensive and energy consumptive. So we're not there yet. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything. We should build the cities as well as we can with as little as embedded. And we should connect these in such a way, like the friend when Carlos Moreno, who is a friend and who follows the same goals as we do, with a 15-minute city, when we walk to work, we use a lot less energy than if we have to drive to work. So these three indicators, what we have to focus on. The first one we're good at, the third one we can attempt, and the second one, well, for the time being, we have trees. But there is a future with higher technologies, and I am hopeful that we will find ways to build our city.
那是不是我们就开始在回应我们这边两个，因为时间的关系，我这边有两个我们听众我们的贵宾的这个问题哈。第一个问题就是说，想了解营建成本上升对于韧性居住、绿建筑营造的冲击，跟可负担居住之间是否有冲突？不晓得是不是要不要张建筑师先啊？然后组长这边如果可以的话，我们也一并回应啊。那如果President Binkert 可以的话，也帮我们一起回应。
我想冲突很大很大就是现在几乎这个应该是刚刚我们有提到内政部有一个4大运，那个时候一坪是8万到8万9万盖出来的，现在在1坪20万盖不起来所以这个物价的飙涨跟我们的建材，这个应该不是只有台湾的问题，应该全世界的问题，因为就是全世界都是连在一起的。那这样会让很多的预算，第一个不能执行。我想民间也是一样我们的所有开发建设的成本都相对会提高。那一般人可不可以afford得起？那我觉得这个跟这有相当大的关系。但是这个是整个的物价是怎么调控？我因为比较不了解经济跟财务方面的事情，以及政府有没有在调控这一些的标准。比如说控制所有的开发建设，可是看起来好像不是。我们需要很多的开发建设包括很多的投资都要进来，然后我们又拼命的盖很多的这个住宅然后又希望大家都有房子住，但是这个价钱又全部都好像你以前坐着看比赛，现在就站着看比赛，站着可能不行，你还要跳上去不然你就看不到比赛这样。所以这个事情我觉得我没解但是我们在因为我自己做设计，可能现场有很多的这个建筑师或是设计师，我们可以做的是说，在这样的预算下面，我们要达到那个目标但是我们用的都是 RC 或甚至钢骨，那这个价钱像钢骨的话的价钱几乎在一直飙涨每一个月以1% 到2% 的这种上升的物价指数在上升，所以根本就是计划都赶不上变化。那这个问题也许张理事长你可以看你们在一般的这个产业界是怎么样控制这个预算的？是我们要先去跟中钢把这个钢骨的这个材料签，好像在期货比赛一样先去把它签下来。但是呢，这个趋势应该就是不会下来，所以应该刚刚这个我们那个贵宾问的问题，应该是说大家会更不 affordable， 除非我们的所有的收入也让就是说所有的薪资标准全部在这个时候一起提上来，那我觉得就还有希望这样。谢谢。
所以这个实务界的感受最深不需要那个张理事长，你要补充吗？公部门是我们公部门主管，应该是这个住宅的全国主管机关
谢谢主持人谢谢理事长。我想刚刚提的问题就是说在整个市场面的这样的一个过程其实营建成本当然是逐步在提高了那社会住宅在兴办上面的确会遭遇到这一些整个营运 营建成本的提高，发包的过程其实会遭受到一些阻碍。所以我们在今年刚刚提到，我们今年要发包15000户，其实在刚开始的时候其实是有一些阻碍的。不过呢，当然我们会克服一些困难尽量去邀标。所以呢，我们基本上我们预估啦住务中心我们预估在年底的确真的可以达到15000户的这个发包量那当然这个是属于市场面这个缺工缺料的问题，当然这很严重但是刚刚提到说可负担的这样的一个能力的部分，那在社宅这一块就有另外一个思考我们刚才提到可负担的是一般民间在一般民间的他要购屋也好，或者是他要租屋也好，其实都有一定的一个反应成本跟价差啦。但是我们在社宅的过程里面，其实新建是一件事情，但是呢，你要入住负担的这个租金又是另外一件事情。所以呢，我们基本上社会住宅其实是社会福利的一环，所以整个过程里面，它进入到这个社宅里面来，其实我们一定会针对它的负担能力来做一些斟酌。什么叫负担能力？就是说，它在过程里面进驻到社宅，它有一定的这个所得分位，包括最低生活费的标准1倍、1.5倍、2.5倍、3.5倍这样的过程里面，我们来定它的这一个租金水准。我刚刚待会做报告，租金水准怎么定？不管用所得来定也好，或者是用它的身份别来定也好，都一定是在所谓的市场租金以下几折比如说5折啦、7折的方式来定所以呢，我们在过程里面，那到底你在各地方政府在新建社宅，或者是说在住中心在新建社宅，它营建成本的确是增加了它当然以后应该会反映到租金的水准上面来处理，但是呢，政府有一个机制，有一个调控机制，是对于在这过程里面，你因为要达到一定的这个可负担。进驻的可负担，所以一定会有一个价差。这个价差呢，是透过中央的一些中央的预算的拨补之后呢，来做一个挹注，来做一个补贴。这个补贴就是我们所讲的所谓的非自偿性的补助。这件事情呢，实际上是我们在过程里面会有这样的处理。所以呢，我们比较不担心是在入住到社宅里面的这些入住户他的负担，其实我们是都会考虑到的。当然，政府必须要负担的部分是在讲这个营建成本的上升之后，而造成我们在整个发包的成本会上升，那政府必须要负担这一块的处理了。我想在过程中会分这个部分来跟大家做个解释说明，谢谢。
好，那个张理事长。
主持人好，不好意思，我相信我们的时间也差不多，我不要再占用太多时间。但是就刚刚以上这个议题我倒是有个粗浅的一个意见因为确实成本不是只有像那个张建筑师讲的什么每天几个 percent， 目前大概涨到30-40% 有那我们分2大区块，一个是物料，一个是人工那当然土地是一直在涨。那我觉得在物料跟人工上面，我一直很期待在政府的推动之下，有没有机会？其实我们自己连民间我们自己都去面对的，就是大量的缺工会影响到工期，还有基本上传统的模板工，它造成社会其实这个环境污染，这个事业废弃物等等其实在一个循环经济的基础下，我们事实上应该在这个时间点。对台湾而言，是可以开始导入所谓的系统化的施作。那我说的系统化施作，就是说，因为就这个社会住宅，不管1房2房，那个组别，其实它可以用模组化、系统化的一个规范，让建筑师根据这规范去做设计。然后我们一直在想，一套这个铝系统模板，它既然可以重复使用200次以上、300次以上的时候，它是一种循环经济，符合未来所谓的 SDG 的那个标准之外呢，其实它又可以降低成本。它只要一开始启动买的那个模组之后，它其实可以重复使用，所以在降低成本上，尤其不管是在施工人员的缺工的情况之下，也不会跟民间等于是工种的一个互动。当然，现在很多人在工种的取得都用移工，可是移工不是一个解决问题的办法，所以我是想说，以这么大量的社会住宅的推动，其实是有机会由政府率先来导入系统。好，那我觉得这个是有机会可以降低成本。 解决这个问题。以上，谢谢。
我想我最后是不是我再请教那个我们瑞士的这个Andrew Spinker， 看他有没有什么意见哈。So President, would you like to share your thought on this issue?
I was muted the last 10 minutes, so I couldn't hear what Lily said. I have to apologize very much, but I cannot respond to the question because I didn't hear it.
所以我想我们今天这个场次就到这个地方告个段落。非常谢谢两位这个主讲人，两位语坛人，感谢各位的参与，谢谢。
Binker, we would like to have a photo with you online, so please stay with us for one more minute. We're going to have a break right now, and thank you very much. We'll be back in 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes, 2:50 Taipei time. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. Binkert. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated for the next session. Thank you very much. We are now in session 3 today, and we're going to focus on sustainable management of people-centered community. Moderator is Dr. Shimeng Huang, Emeritus Chairman of Taiwan Institute of Property Management, and he is also the consultant of FAPSI Taiwan. Dr. Huang was a professor of National Taiwan University and National University of Kaohsiung. He was chairman of Architectural Institute of Taiwan and Taiwan Institute of Urban Planning, and president of National Land Planning and Realty Information Center. Let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Huang.
谢谢施以详细的介绍。我是第3场主持人。第3场主持的主题是人本共好，社区经营。所以有不同于前面的主题，供给模式、韧性住宅。我自己在主持这个题目之前，我有提一个假设题目，其实也是跟主讲人、跟语坛人某种程度的沟通。我们这一代的人能够住台湾的出租型的社会住宅是一种幸福，那我有一直在想一个问题：今天的住宅是出租住宅，而且是弱势的12类的6年加6年可以住12年的社会住宅。收入50分位点以下的低收入者可以3年加3年，等等等等，这样子一个出租政策。我一个假设题目，请教我们会场的各位朋友跟国家的政策。今天有很多国家补助到民间去租屋的人，如果同样是在民间租了6年，租了12年。跟真正有机会住今天的社会住宅的6年跟12年的那些人，到底同样6年以后、12年以后，究竟有什么差异没有？我也很好奇，今天有些人住民间的住宅，同样是住了6年、12年，那跟我们真正有机会住这一梯次的社会住宅的这些住户呢，到底这个一段时间居住过程中得到了哪些的优点，哪些的利点？社会住宅真正有一个愿景，就是说，居住过程中如何协助居住者能够早日得到脱贫脱困的能力，提升他脱贫脱困的能力。所以，社会住宅只是他人生中居住履历的一个渡桥，渡过去就可以。因此呢，在这样子的理念之下，今天我们这个主题很重要一点就是人本共好啊，这样的概念呢，就在我们这个主题里面呢，应该要 阐释清楚。这个不但对国家的社宅的政策也好，合宜住宅的推动也好，或者对今天的社会住宅，到底我们的合宜适配是要贡献什么？比如说我们的设计水准怎么定，设备水准怎么定，租金水准怎么定，甚至于说住社会住宅住的过程中的服务水准怎么定，这些服务水准都是跟我们社区经营，我个人觉得非常有关系啊！因此呢，我们今天的主题呢，我们有邀请法国的2位先生啊，他们是用录影的方式啊，一个叫做 Dolphin， 一个叫做 Fisher Bond 啊，他们等一下大概有30 minutes 的一个影片能够放给大家看之外，那我们有主讲人，他是刘伯宏先生呢，也是用视讯的方式来跟大家做 keynote speaker 的。我们今天有3位 panelist 啊，我们现在在场的有陈静怡，台中市政府住宅工程处的总工程师，以及季先生季金山教授，他也是对社会关怀非常有关系、有投入的社会学者。那会有一个线上的，这个也是 Paris Habitat 的一个Brown Train Bird， 等一下我们可以用panelist 的方式再跟他请教。总而言之，我是不是请工作朋友，我们按照议程顺序，将第1位的法国的Paris Habitat 的影片呢，先放给各位看请各位看一看。
Stefan Dolphin, CEO of Paris Habitat.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stéphane Dauphin, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Paris Habitat. First, I would like to thank you and address my warmest greetings and this of Mrs. Anne Hidalgo, the Mayor of Paris, who has been informed of this international event, to our friends from Taipei, and to the organizer of this international forum for inviting Mrs. Hannah Fischerbaum and myself as a speaker. It is a great honor and a great pleasure to be here with all these distinguished speakers and attendees. I remember participating 3 years ago to a first international conference in Taipei, organized by our Asian partners from the International Social Housing Forum, and being very impressed by the strong involvement of all the urban and affordable housing players of this city. So, I also want to tell you how pleased I am to participate for the 2nd time to an international forum organized by Taiwanese professional organization dedicated to promoting this fantastic idea. I totally agree with that there is no good quality of life without good quality of housing. And to create these co-living cities and communities, social and affordable housing providers have a main role to play indeed. Here is the outline of my presentation. After a few words about social housing in France, in Paris, and about Paris Habitat, I will focus on how we try to put forward a better way of living together by associating social innovation and people-centered dialogue. In addition, my colleague Anna Fischerbaum will explain you why and how we consider our tenants as the best expert of their living environment. Then, Mr. Bertrand Brett, head of our International Affairs Department, will represent us for the panel debate. Social housing in France is an old story. It has been founded by a law adopted at the end of the 19th century. At the beginning, it was a tool of public health policy to fight the effect of pandemic in unhealthy districts of cities and to provide good and cheap conditions of living for the workers and their family. After the Second World War, it becomes one of the main ways for housing and urban development policies at a national level. So, it means that from the beginning, and it's still true today, social housing in France is not only dedicated to the poorest or the homeless, but it's considered as a key tool for promoting social mix everywhere in the country. Therefore, it is compulsory for every French city to get at least 25% of social housing by 2025. There are now nearly 500 social housing companies, both public, like Paris Habitat, and private, which all are non-profit companies. That means that each euro of profit we earn must be reinvested in our social activity. Two main points from this slide: the allocation and the funding system. A social flat is allocated according to three criteria: the fact that you stay in France in a legal situation, the level of your yearly income because there is a cap, and your social situation. In this slide, you see the four categories of social housing. The first three ones are pure social housing, and according to the level of our yearly incomes, the level of the rent is from 5 to 13 euro per square meter per month. And there is a fourth category, which is not considered as social housing, but which we can offer because it is a good support to host people from the middle and upper middle class in cities like Paris, where the private market is very expensive. Always the idea, as you can see, to guarantee social mix everywhere. As you can see, the funding system is very diversified and could seem a bit complicated. In a way, it's simple. Public subsidies from state and cities, long-term loans from 40 to 60 years at low rate provided by a public bank, and the revenues from the rents. The big challenge we must deal with right now is that we receive less and less public subsidies from the state, and we must be more and more self-funded. Let's move to the social housing policy in Paris. First, you must know that Paris is a very small city of only 105 square kilometers located in a region area of 12,000 square kilometers. If we compare it to Taipei, it's very, very small. But with 2.3 million inhabitants, it's one of the densest cities in the world with an average rate of 21,000 inhabitants per square kilometers. Secondly, Paris is one of the most expensive cities in the world. The average price for rental is 32 American dollars per square meters and more than 13,000 American dollars per square meters if you want to buy it. Compared to the level of the social rent, you easily understand that there is a very long waiting list for getting a social flat. Third point, as you can see, social housing is not equally located in Paris. Dark districts are these with more than 10,000 social flats, clear pink or white with less than 1,000 social flats. Another point is the fact that Paris is already built. So the only way to provide new social flats is either to densify a dense city or to transform or recycle existing tower blocks, more particularly former business buildings. So, regarding the situation, here are the main housing policy goals in Paris. Providing social mix everywhere in the city is at the core of them. One word about the climate plan. It's a very ambitious plan for fighting the effect of the climate change, and Paris Habitat is deeply involved in it. For instance, by reducing the energy consumption and the greenhouse gas emission in the city by 25, or becoming a zero carbon city by 2050. To do so, the City Hall of Paris uses some very strong and efficient tools. The most significant are presented in this slide, and the two first are the most efficient. For instance, it's a compulsory for every new private development to include 30% of social housing in districts where there is a lack of social housing. The French law also grants to mayors the right to buy first either a simple dwelling or a whole tower block put on the market to be sold with a negotiated price. A last word to pay your attention on the new political wish of our mayor to give to Paris a new bioclimatic plan by 2023. And now a brief presentation of Paris Habitat. With more than 125,000 social flats, Paris Habitat is the main social housing actor in the city. We host one Parisian online. We also are an urban planner, and we manage more than 4,000 amenities and shops. That means that our tower blocks are as well a place to live for households as a place for social, business, commercial and cultural activities. We do not only build social flats, we also provide public equipment for the municipality as school, daily nursery, gymnasium, public library or social residence for students or care centers. And this slide now shows you how diversified is our real estate, mixing old Osmanian traditional building with new modern construction. Just to underline, the nearly 40% of our real estate has been built before the Second World War, inducing us to promote an ambitious renewal plan. Last point to conclude my talk, our dialogue policy with our tenants, which are the core of our activity. A few years ago, and it's not so far, we made our cultural revolution in this matter. From now on, tenants are clients, stakeholders, policymakers, and we try to recognize them as a citizen in their own rights. My colleague Anna Fischerbaum is going to present you what does it concretely mean through two examples in matter of urban regeneration. But before, I would like to share some examples of how we try to develop a people-centered dialogue with our tenants with the main goal, succeeding in living together. With a client-first approach, we offer, for example, to our tenants association premises for free and help them to implement local projects or activities. And we develop among our employees a culture of put your feet in their shoes. As stakeholders, we organize a vote to get tenants' agreement for each project of rehabilitation of their building we propose. If they don't agree, we adapt our proposal to their demands. For each project of rehabilitation, we open a permanent information center where tenants can easily meet and discuss with architects and social workers and get all the pieces of information they need. We also get a central tenants council, which is a committee of dialogue gathering staff members and tenants association leaders. It is dedicated to discussing all the subjects related to the quality of life in our tower blocks, but also to decide new services that Paris Habitat provides to its tenants. You can see some of them. It is a very useful and efficient way for improving as the quality of housing as the quality of life in our real asset. For instance, in this time of COVID pandemic, the fact that we offer for less than $2 per month what we call a social triple play, including providing television network, phone and internet, helps us a lot to fight the effect of isolation and to contact tenants more easily. As policymakers, tenant representatives directly elected by tenants themselves are involved in different levels of our corporate governance, including the supervisory board. Aside from the dialogue policy, we also develop specific social policies helping to improve the quality of life of our tenants, and I would like to briefly focus on 3 of them. The aging policy first, because as you can see, people living in our blocks are becoming older and older. 1/3 is over 65 years old. To better respond to this specific situation, here are our 3 main goals. Help the elderly people to stay at home, adapt to our activity, and develop adapted services. For instance, 40% of our social dwellings should be accessible to disabled people, and 5% should be fully adapted. And all our premises, amenities, and ground floor shops are accessible to disabled and people with reduced mobility. Briefly, 2 examples of what we can call adapted services for the elderly. The first one is the do-it-yourself bus. The idea is to provide a free service to seniors, helping them to maintain their flat in a good condition. It is managed by professional workers, paid thanks to a partnership with a care organization, and it consists of a bus that comes at tenants' request. The second regards as a co-living program called Sharing a Roof that gathers in the same flight an old person living alone with a student or a young worker. It's a win-win deal. The elderly person benefits from a small extra income of 150 euros a month as a rent from the young per shares a flat for a low price. And that's a very efficient way to create social link and fight isolation. To conclude this presentation, a word about our corporate foundation, the Paris Habitat Foundation. The goal is to become an experimental citizen laboratory dedicated to promoting urban social innovation around 3 axes: a united city, a collaborative city, and an inclusive city. Briefly, 3 projects managed by our foundation. House sharing for social inclusion, Caracol, by gathering in the same flat refugees and local residents. The aim is to promote self-confidence, integration, and well-being of residents through a collective project of life. The Wake Up Coffee is dedicated to people detained and released from jail. The aim is to fight recidivism and isolation and facilitate access to a professional training session for a job. Aside, a brief presentation of a project dedicated to support immigrant women living in situations of precariousness and social isolation by making them the main actor of their life project. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I give the floor to Anna Fischerbaum.
Hi, I'm Hannah Fischerbaum. I work for Paris Habitat, where I am in charge of a team that deals with the day-to-day operations of our housing in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 13th arrondissement. Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a way that we like to think about interacting with our residents, which is a little bit different than we used to do. For that, I like to think about Jane Jacobs, who's an inspiration to me, another New Yorker, who started thinking about this in this way in the 1960s. She said, cities have the capability of providing something for everybody, only because and only when they are created by everybody. And I'm just going to make a little change to that. Housing, because I think that this is also true for housing. Some of the basic things that we think about are that residents actually have an expertise of their own that's based on their own experience, and that expertise can be a very powerful tool in creating neighborhoods and housing that's better adapted to their needs. And that as professionals, our job is to harness their experience, and to do that, we need to think a little bit differently to build a different toolbox. So I want to talk to you about 2 experimentations that we have at Paris Habitat to do that. The first is a project that I worked on myself in the 20th arrondissement of Paris. And it's a project that's on the scale of a neighborhood. And we brought it forward with a partnership of the city of Paris. This area, it's very large. It's 3,000 housing units and about 10,000 people. And it's a population that's characterized with very low incomes and very high unemployment, which is why we're looking very carefully at this area. And what we're doing in this area is we're doing a whole bunch of different projects to improve the housing, to improve the open spaces, to improve the housing units themselves, to improve the way that the housing works, that the buildings work on an environmental level. And what we wanted to do is bring in a process that we call placemaking, so that our inhabitants, our residents, could have a real handle, a real part in making their new neighborhood. And what I've outlined for you on this slide is some of the steps of the process. It's an iterative process. What's important for us is to go, to ask, to come back, to test, to try again, to ask again, and then eventually to incorporate it into the works of the architects who are ultimately going to rebuild these open spaces and these housing units. So the first thing that we do is we do outreach. We try to do outreach a little bit differently. Outreach doesn't work, big meetings don't work for everybody in the same way. Some people have kids. It's hard to bring kids to meeting. Some people don't speak French very well, like me, and so they want to have different kinds of events. So we work, when we do outreach with populations like this, we try to do it differently. We do block parties. We do drop-in hours. We do workshops. We try to bring it outside of the conference room and into the lives of the people that that we're working with, the people that we house. After the outreach, we take their propositions and we compile them, and we bring them back to the residents. And then we do this very important step, which is we experiment with them. We try to do these little tests for a short period of time. It's called tactic urbanism. And it allows people to test things maybe that they were a little bit afraid of, to develop a more informed opinion, and it can sort of help people get over the bump of an idea that might have seemed just too far out there, too complicated. After we do the tactical urbanism, we move on to the next step, which is the last step, which is to make something permanent. And that is when we work with the architects to bring the ideas of the residents into the plans. And the last step is to empower. And for me, this is actually, I think, the most important step and also the hardest, which is to say that housing and open spaces aren't really just about the buildings and the trees and the lawn, but about how people live in them. So there needs to be, in parallel to the placemaking, building up of groups of residents that can become real actors, who can volunteer in a community garden, who can host a shared meal with their neighbors, who can create a tenants association. And so these places that we develop with them and with the architects become alive. Here are some pictures of what that process looks like. So you can see this is more in the tactical urbanism part. You can see in this slide some furniture that we tested in certain places to see if people could deal with the idea that they could have benches and people sitting in open places. A lot of gardening activities you can see as well. We use paint, which is very fast, easy, cheap, to create different spaces, to create play spaces for children. Children don't always need to have swings and slides to play on. Sometimes they can just use pavement patterns and things like that. And lastly, something that I think is very important, which are events, things that bring us together, potluck dinners and neighborhood parties. And so all of this came into the rebuilding of these 3,000 different units. And right now we're in the process of taking these ideas back, working them into the architect's plans, and making them come to life. The second example that I wanted to talk to you about is a new build project. It's at the old hospital of Saint-Vincent-de-Paul, which is a major redevelopment project for the city of Paris. And in this project, it's much smaller. We're working on building 100 social housing units, and alongside another social housing company, which is also building units. And what we wanted to do was bring together the future renters to discuss what their future housing should look like. And so we brought together the architects, the housing companies, and a small panel of 20 future residents who represented the future occupants. And we worked with them to try to figure out what kind of shared management systems we could put together, and also what their units could actually look like. In order to do this, there's one thing that you have to consider, which is that as professionals in housing, there are some things that we just have to assume that we have an expertise, a technical expertise. You can't actually do outreach on everything. So this was a very important graphic, I think, because it sort of shows where the future renters have a real say and where they need to be informed. And I just want to stop here because I think that this is a really important concept as you're putting together innovative outreach systems to have. You need to draw the line in the sand as to what you can decide together and what you can't decide together. Fire safety, you can't decide together. That's just the law. An open or a closed kitchen, you can decide together. And so, much like the other project in the 20th arrondissement, this project had a lot of events as well, a lot of informal events with artists who participated to help people come up with the ideas. It was a little tricky, this one, because it happened during COVID, so we had to be particularly nimble to figure out ways to bring people together and to hear what they had to say. And one example, and I'm not going to go through all of the examples, that I think is really interesting is the way that the group thought about what's private and what's public in their housing. And this is a really big topic, right? Because when you come home, you want to come home. You want to come home into your house. But when you live in collective housing, there's a point at which you're all together. And we find that difference between private and public spheres can often cause a little bit of conflict between neighbors. So one idea that we looked at was how the exterior courtyard then communicates with interior parts, so how you can sequence it so that you go from a very exterior courtyard to a sort of semi-private space and then into the interior of your apartment. And what we looked at was what shared uses could we put together in those spaces, such as gardens or terraces, and how they could be managed by the future residents. And so we looked very carefully also at the central courtyard. Like I said, this is an area where there can be a lot of conflict. Can children play? When children play, will they scream? Will someone have high heels that are very noisy on a paving? Do you want to be able to have football in a shared courtyard? And so we looked at the propositions of the future residents put forward, which were more about use, how they wanted to use the courtyard. They wanted to be able to facilitate movement in the courtyard. They wanted the courtyard to feel very green. They wanted some artwork and some sports equipment in the courtyard. And then this is the important step. This is the expertise of your architect, of your landscape architect. The architect takes those ideas about use and translates them into elements of an architectural project. They added a lot more plant material, for example, after understanding the importance of the landscape identity to the future residents. They worked on handicap accessibility issues, which were very important to our future residents. And these questions, it's iterative. There's still a back and forth with Paris Habitat, with the other housing company, and our residents. And so those are two, I think, really exciting ways that we're pushing the dialogue forward with our residents to help to make housing that's more in their image, and that ultimately, and this is, I think, the most important, that they feel comfortable in, that they want to take care of, and that we will all be able to manage better in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
我们非常高兴，同时也感谢法国 Paris Habitat 2位Dolphin 先生。其实他主讲，他们这个是预录的影片，刚好30分20秒左右，非常的顺利啊，大家应该也听得很清楚，同步翻译，我觉得翻译也相当不错。第一位他是讲法国的social housing， 主要是公卫政策开始的。我相信这应该是2次世界大战战前呢就已经启动的事情。讲到最近一个城市的市长，他应该某种程度要有手上的权力，他现在能够处理新开发案30%左右的应该要互设这个 social housing 的事情，这个也是一个，其实也是一个提示启示。比较重要的仍然有提到啊，很多法国现阶段的social housing 已经都是在改造2次世界大战以前的旧建筑，如何把它 remodeling 变成了今天可以用的，这个也是一个每一个国家社会住宅竞争可能不太一样。更重要的莫过于里面住的人年纪已经比较大了，甚至于说1/3以上都是65岁，所以有很多的情景像这种是跑在前面大家都可以看得到的问题。那我们的社会住宅以后会不会面临哪样的问题？比如说我们社会住宅以后是不是租期的问题也好，或者是入住的条件的设定也好，应该要与时俱进的做某种程度的 modify 这是我得到的启示了。第二位呢是 Dr. Baum 其实他讲了很多2个案例服务的案例我相信在座的尤其建筑师们应该都非常的能够理解。这一方面台湾有很多次的设计方式其实是运作已经很成熟，而且已经都是朝着这个方向在走的。我是很高兴能够看到跑得比较快的，他们到底是怎么跑的时候碰到哪些问题，是值得我们今天社会住宅可以来了解，可以来学习的。这是对前面这个影片我的简单的 comment。接下来我们还有一个 speaker 刘伯宏，伯宏在哪里？老师都没有看到你。伯宏是台大城乡所的毕业学生很优秀也是 ours 都市改革组织曾经担任过理事长那我现在把这个时间交给你来。
好，掌声欢迎中华民国景观学会刘伯宏荣誉理事长。Let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. 伯宏六。
好，现场的我们执行长，还有理事长，还有在座我们 内政部的伙伴，还有我们黄老师哈。黄老师是我的研究所老师，刚刚他以为我在视讯，我从马祖赶回来，线上改成实体。很高兴参加这样的会议哈。我刚刚是在第2场的后半段进来，那听到刚刚很严肃的这个目前社宅的新建过程当中哈，价格啦，或是很多建材的这个问题。那第3段是听起来会比较温暖一点哦，就是我们在这个居住生活这个部分哈，用一个策略进到社会住宅里面来。我一直觉得我是一个跟黄老师一样是在倡议社会住宅的这个单位，所以当政府做了很多社会住宅之后，我们是不是要像以前就是卖出去的国宅一样，是在软体上面比较没有介入的机会吗？哦，现在都是出租型的社会住宅，所以出租型的社会住宅有相当程度是可以有一些不一样的做法。其实也是可以引用到，就是等于购买型的购买型的住宅也是一样的做法。我把它定义成一个新的社区生活的文化了哈。那我这些经验是来自于跟台北市政府的合作哦，所以目前我们已经进到第8个社宅进行这样的青创计划哈。那这个计划当然也是我们黄执行长在台北市政府的时候也做了合作哈，所以请我来做一个报告，我也觉得非常高兴。那今天我就用这样的一个标题哈，就居住生活的新想象来跟大家做一些讨论哈。有一个次标题我们叫做10%的力量哈，都会型的社造中心这个新的社区关系。那长久以来，刚刚我的老师也介绍了，我以前长期做社区参与跟参与式设计方向的工作，所以社会住宅我除了做一些环境之外，也介入这个所谓的社群参与的概念。那这个计划呢，整个是名称是叫台北市社会住宅的青年创新回馈计划哈。那是由台北市的青年事务委员会哦，还有住宅审议委员会跟民间团体哦。那我们民间团体就是驻盟很多的民间团体一直在倡议这位社会住宅的兴建哈。那30年前，我们就是有一批躺在忠孝东路的这些年轻人，我也其中一个。那但30年后，我自己已经有房子了，哦，我已经不是无壳瓜牛。但是我前15年在台北市去租房子的经验非常丰富哈，我搬家的次数非常丰富。那刚刚其实有些问题，就是租多久哦？刚刚我们老师提了一个问题，在民间租6年跟在社会住宅租6年会有什么不一样啊？待会我也从我的这个内容里面也可以做一些跟老师的报告。那这样的一个计划哈，我刚提出来这样的一个倡议，就是希望用提案的方式来取代全部都是抽签入住的招租的这个管道哈。那为社会住宅引进所谓的种子住户哦，那在住的这个期间里面，要透过各种他提案的方式来滚动社区的共同参与啊，所以就是一个社会住宅里面的社群参与的这样的一个概念。那这个就是其中我们有一个计划哈的一些的成果跟他们的片子，我们会帮每个计划都有一些剪辑片子的这个故事。那这个部分我们用大概3分钟来看一下他们的故事。
某一天忘记什么原因，那一天好像礼拜1是放假的，所以我就在家，然后我就只是出去买个东西，回来经过哇好多人，我就去看一下，然后原来是 Kelly 他们在包饺子啊，然后他们就问说，怎么刚好有空，要不要来吃啊？然后就觉得哇好幸福，我就忽然礼拜1应该是某个节庆，所以身边人都回去的时候，然后我就忽然好像多了人跟我一起庆祝度过那个节日，然后就觉得很棒。
刚好因为今天空气很好，所以那个这边很漂亮。
我在外面租很多年，但大概邻居是谁我都不知道，那更不用说偶尔会去别人家里做客这样子。
有这么好的环境，让我们在可以负担的成本之下，我们承租这样的房子，那又享有一定的生活品质，那我们就可以专心在我们的工作嘛。所以其实大家的目标都很明确。
开始在农田这边一起耕种之后呢，就认识了这边喜欢耕种的一些长辈和朋友。 所以呢，我们也开始筹办了一些像咖啡渣堆肥啦、小农夫体验营。那我们就大手牵小手，就是一起带着孩子们包大大小小不一样的公益饺子，然后送给这个老福中心的长者。我觉得这个是很有意义的一件事情，就是让孩子呢也能够理解，就是公益回馈的这件事情。
你就会觉得好开心哦，就是很骄傲，就是不会让人家觉得说好像不好意思让人家知道说，哎，我们是住公宅，因为过去大家对公宅可能就是说啊，那个就是给没有钱的人住啊，或者是什么，但是其实事实上我们住进来之后发现，我觉得那不是唯一的条件，因为其实很多人他是具有他的其他考量。整体来说，我觉得这边很好。
它是一个共学的概念，就是说，我会手作，你会冲咖啡，可能他会做一些绘画、明信片等等，所以其实它变成是说，我们团队之间，我可以去从这边学到很多，然后他也可以从我这边学到很多。
在公宅这边呢，因为有这些活动，筹办这些活动，然后因为有这些农耕，所以距离更近了，然后人跟人彼此之间就开始交流。
那我们就可以透过活动，然后或是大家讨论一些事情，就有机会去认识一下别人，然后关怀一下别人的生活。如果有需要帮忙，就可以互相帮助。对，所以其实它就打破了过去的出租的那种人与人之间的隔阂。
就是希望人跟人之间有交流，然后互相可以有一些学习成长。对啊，我觉得蛮感人。
一点一滴的建立彼此对彼此的认识，你是看得到他整个立体的样貌，就是从每一次的活动中建构出来对这个人的认识的。
这个是台北市的第一个出租就是比较完整的新的这一阶段健康社宅。那这个影片里面有几位是年轻的伙伴，他们就是提计划的那个朋友，但是他服务的对象都是住在社宅里面的一些你看他银发族或是有些也是社区周边的一些朋友他们来参加这些年轻人举办的活动。那这些活动就是我们青年创新计划里面达到我们刚刚说新的这些社会住宅应该有的任务跟期待。那我们的这样的一个系统就是当政府就是一个房东那在中央当然是内政部的我们的住宿中心，在地方是每个地方的市政府现在在6都桃园啦新北也陆陆续续台中都有这样的一个社会住宅一直在开展当中。那租屋的就是符合社会住宅居住的资格这样的一个租屋者的条件那当我们的就是我们在这样的一个架构之下，房东当然就是政府那租屋者就是符合这些居住的资格。那是不是就是这样的直接对等关系而已？就是付钱然后租到政府的房子里面那跟房东建一个契约关系。只要这样这么多单纯的关系的话，我就觉得它不是我们现阶段居住正义倡议下的社会住宅应该有这么单纯的关系而已。所以其实中间应该是有一些机制那我们刚也听到，其实法国的这个社会住宅新建者，他们不只是营造者，他也在营造这些软的关系那我相信在我们台湾在住中心跟各市政府也开始在启动中间应该做些什么事情。那台北市就做了这样的一个计划在里面。那我们中间这个关系的人那台北市的实验就是青创户就种子户住到社会住宅，那希望去谈社会住宅的居住有什么样的居住需求。那这样的需求之下，我们打造一个更紧密的邻里关系，更互助、更共好的这个社会的投资还有我们国家的投资，怎么让这件事情有更好的机会，就是要趁这样一个新的策略进来。所以我这张表也来跟大家报告一下，现在6都里面有做这样计划的一个初步的看法那我们收集到了像新北市，它是用青年公居计划 那我们就是台北市这一块，从2017年开始那就4个，那我现在已经进到第8个了那也是3+3就是种子户的3年1约。那它的整个我们要它提出来计划的关键就是建立社区生活、民众参与跟滚动式的社会事务所以现在这些朋友也慢慢不只是做计划，他还参与的公共事务，更加入了所谓的住户代表里面的名额让他们可以代表自己跟代表住户来跟房东做讨论这是越来越多差异性的工作。那方法刚刚提到的就是甄选入住那有年度审核跟我们有辅导那我现在就在执行辅导这些青创计划的一个计划内容。其实台中也有这样的计划那桃园跟新北现在也有个种子计划在陆续进行当中。那我就用我们的经验来跟大家报告我们现在台北的状况我刚刚提到台北状况，现在已经从健康这第1个到兴隆到青年一直到我们正在甄选小湾跟行善的青创户。租期是3+3他们可以优先比抽签户可以提早优先选房那主退是另外一个不受家户限制的这跟一般户又有不一样的条件。那其他的部分当然就是跟这个一般租户是一样的常常有人怀疑问我，我们青创户是不是免租金其实不是我们青创户所有的租金条件跟价格通通都跟一般户的资格一样，那也一样的那个分级去要执行收租金的交租金的这样的一个状况。但是他们因为提了计划所以他们可以优先选房可以比一般户可以优先选到他喜欢的房型跟他的那个楼层。那目前整个布局来看我们刚提到了我们的整个已经进到8个就是从兴隆最南边青年在万华健康，我们刚刚的影片就是健康它有35个计划。明伦是在中山区东明在南港区。那我刚提到的内湖有3个，瑞光已经进驻了然后现在在甄选行善跟小湾那也是在下个月初都要开始甄选这些新的伙伴的朋友。这个就是我们提到的整个目前看已经有9个陆陆续续完成的社宅住进来的这个风貌那刚刚提到是小湾跟行善都在南港跟内湖。种子户就是希望他们可以提计划进来到共好所以这种由青创滚动的社会住宅，我们希望它是一个比较多元的，然后促进民间居民可以参与的，凝聚每个社区的意识然后促成我刚刚他们也慢慢代表了青创计划可以作为住户代表成立住户代表的这个委员会那这样的一个方案呢，就可以共同去参与社区的平台，让每一个人都可以透过比较简单的参与，去倾听跟理解自己生活中以前都没有接触过的事，那可以学习跟人相处。那有这样的机制呢，当然就可以创造很多这些人跟人的关系，甚至共享的关系是一个大家都可以参与的平台。那这个平台变成是一个社宅，就是一个大家庭。所以每一个社宅，这些青创计划都有代表不同的个性跟不同的这种内容它都有它的知名性因为每个地区跟每一个年轻人都有不同的特质。那我目前的一个机制呢，就是在70%这里面就是扣掉已经现在目前是用30刚刚我们提到40是今年最新的规定。那30跟70比这是一般的70户里面，我们用10%的力量所以原则上不会超过这些10%就是最高都用10%的户数譬如说像行善它总户数是526户，那这个已经进到新的规则，用里面的60%，从60%里面再选出35户那这个总户数是占大概7%就是小于当初我们提案的这内容10%因为我们经过几年的实验之后大概是30几户对500多户这样的执行它的能量是已经还不错所以也降低这样户数的占比 那它的整个流程是这样哈，第一个当然还是在资格审查哦，它要有入住资格才可以参加提案计划哦，所以都发局负责这些资格审查。第二个步骤就是我们要鼓励他做提案的内容，那包括非常多的类型哦，待会会另外说明。那原则上是以社区的行动跟社区的服务哦，这2个名词就可以带动非常多的多元哈。那用这个内容让他们可以作为提案的指导。那每一个社宅我们都会举办说明会，让来参加的想提案的这些年轻朋友知道这些提案的计划的内容是哪些哦，可以辅导他们来做提案，那可以鼓励他们做提案。那我分了2个阶段来做评选哦，第一部分就是书面评选哦，譬如行善，他假如要征选35户，那每次投件可能都会有100多户到200多个投件。当初健康我们也是征选35户。那投件数量是300多个那个计划哈，所以其实是非常热情的。那书面评选我们会评选出大概是50个计划，再进到简报评选，就是2阶段评选。那50个会选在1天里面哦，让他们面对7到9位的委员来做他们计划的内容哈，跟委员们面对面哦，那所以。这些委员都非常辛苦，都从早上8点一直评到晚上10点左右哈，选出这些计划哈。那选出来哦，就是30户选出来以后，就开始进到我们的社宅里面哦，开始选出来入住之后，他们就可以代表执行这些项目。那但是提案之后，他依照他的提案跟我们辅导的内容，我们还是会有检核的动作哦。所以在执行阶段我们有辅导，但是到1年左右哦，在1年的时间，我们就会检核一次，来看看这些年轻朋友他的执行内容跟他的当初提案的这个整个的分量、比例跟品质哦，有没有到达这样的一个程度？即便是有一些调整，我们也希望说他在这样的一个执行计划里面哦，他也执行起来是开心的，那也做到他应该执行的内容哦。那我们希望这个检核就是一个比较辅导性的检核。那让他入住之后，在社区提案可以持续的发酵哦，所以有一些滚动性的调整哦，让他可以执行的开心，执行的有一些力道，然后也对社区有很大的影响。根据执行，就是会有执行的记录哦，那就有年度检核哦，每1年检核完了继续运作哦，这样就1年到他可以住上6年。现在包括健康已经进到第4年了，很多年轻人都已经开始问我，他们住在这边很开心。怎么有方法，或是其他可能可以继续住吗？哦，因为住起来开心之外，除了空间品质之外，其实住起来的关系哈，已经交到很多新朋友。这种感觉，其实在一般的住宅里面是非常少看到的。你可以在那边交到很多跟你年龄一样、跟年龄不一样的朋友哦。OK， 所以执行的这个资源呢，我们也会支持他们哦。青创计划进驻来以后。他们花很多的时间要陪伴社区的朋友，那我们要给他什么资源？哦，这是这一群朋友，年轻朋友，他们以前没有做过这样的计划，哦，他们没有做过社区营造的动作，他们是带着热情跟带着专业进到这个社区里面来，所以我们从几个方向给他支持，一个是场地的支持。每一个社宅其实都有慢慢进步到规划更多的公共空间，除了社福之外，有一些会议室或是类似区里面的活动中心这样的一个空间，我们都会帮他们排班争取这些空间，让这些活动可以在那边进行，而且是免租金的哦，所以让空。第二部分我刚提到我们有辅导哦，所以有一个辅导团队来培力跟交流，那辅导团队也会邀一些好朋友跟邀一些很专业的这样的一个老师来帮他们上课哦。第3个就是有些事务基金哦，市政府在每一个社宅都会有20万到30万之谱哦，来支持他们这些活动的资源哦。那还有另外呢，它扩大出来以后，我们会有市政府的其他资源来结合，像目前有的计划，田园城市的计划，我们有一个 Open Green 的计划，或是大学的 USR 区公所。等等，这些我们也会帮他媒合哦，让这些年轻朋友的计划跟这些资源可以结合在一起。所以我简单的用这个甄选标准哈， 开始的时候，建纲跟新楼是用这样的比例来甄选这些计划哈，用公益性、可行性、适切性跟需求的迫切性，然后经过这样的一个运作之后，我们在新的这些社宅里面又慢慢调整公共性哦，公共参与性40%，可执行性30%，社区让它社区的扩大性也是一个议题，所以社区的发展性的面向我们占了30%哦，所以这样的一个甄选的标准的调整，那方案跟提案的内容哈，我们大概再有几个步骤跟大家报告哈。第一个就是这些近期完工的哦，我们都会到一个行政区至少有一个青创基地哦，所以刚你可以看到我们松山有健康，万华有青年哦，然后文山有兴隆等等哦，那南港、东闽等等这样的一个行政区都有一个这个青创计划。那像南港跟东闽跟那个内湖因为户数都蛮多的，位置是比较发散，所以我们就会每个社宅也都有青创计划，已经变成是不止一个行政区至少一个青创哦，因为它的成果不错，市政府希望说可以再多一点这样的支持。第二个步骤呢，我们希望它的甄选类型应该是更有调整到当初的这个所谓的区域特性之外，还有支持所谓的青创愿景哦。那再来就是我们可以变成这些区位上有发展方向、人口特色跟在地的人文资源，用这样的特性来甄选我们需要进驻的年轻的伙伴哦，所以也不是全部的年轻伙伴都是没有分类型的哦。那目前的愿景，我们更是需要像说创新的社区陪伴类型的计划、社区经济哦，甚至可以跨基地哦。有些基地户数少于250户以下的没有青创计划，我们由这样的一个有青创计划的基地的青创种子可以去帮忙没有青创计划的基地哦，所以扩大到每一个都有被到服务的机会的社宅哦，这是我们以后希望可以这样做的。所以最新的小湾就是有这4种不同的甄选类型哦，那它就有在不同类型里面又有次类型的这样的分法。那你可以看到这一块就是刚刚我们看到以后面对最重要是老幼族群的社会关怀哦，还有自己社区品牌的跟经济共享哦。那在这个甄选的这个3要素啊，我们是希望做到这些事情。一个，其实我们我们老师也提到了，怎么样让住在社宅里面未来有机会脱贫。那我们认为青创计划事实上是可以帮忙其他60%的40%的这些伙伴，慢慢做到可以脱贫的机会哦，因为他们都有这样的一个机会的潜力，就是我们要找到对的人，这些年轻人。基本上都是有非常好的专业哦，那来做对的事情哦。每一个基地大概都有20场到50场的这些社区活动哦。那旧的基地更是类型会非常多哦，在社区的社团经营策略跟人际关系上面可以做很多的滚动，尤其在一起滚动社区事务上面啊，青创其实是做了很多的贡献。那在从它的整个那个年度1年的生命周期来看哦。我们可以用大概的这个方向来跟大家做报告。入住的前4个月我们就开始甄选，为什么要这么早甄选？甄选进来，我们希望有一些合作的试验哦，让他还没有住到社宅里面，他们已经在准备住到社宅应该做的事情哦。所以入住前面我们就开始甄选哦，这是现在目前很重要的动作，辅导他怎么住进去。因为当他跟一般户住进去之后，他就可以开始跟住户做合作哦。很多一般户在住进去社宅都有一个动作是搬家，我们的青创户在搬家的时间就已经可以跟我们这些一般户做很多的讨论哦，团购家具哦，然后是说可以作为这个所谓的2手市场的拍卖等等的动作，让住进去这个动作就已经很温暖了哈。那住进去3个月就开始执行他自己的计划。哦，住进去6个月到住进1年，我们中间有合作、熟悉、整合、执行到年度检核，然后慢慢进到第2年。哦，所以是这样一个提案、入住、执行、检核这样的一个 cycle 在做我们整个标准的动作。那越来越成熟了。好，那很快的报告一下哈，我们的有一些合作任务、共同事务，就是入住之后要执行的这样的一个方向。好，那再来就是在公共事务上面，我们把它分成基金。平台、场地跟公关等等哈， 那这个就是甄选出来的特性哦。我的简报大家手上都有，我就很快带过去哦。这类型的活动，我们待会可以看看这些照片，就可以知道说他们在里面的做了些什么事情哦。像这个是平台哦，让整个社宅里面有很多合作的资讯、合作的这些讯息都可以知道哦。那也帮忙做一些公共空间哦。你也可以到法国也是这样的活动哦。但是我们这青创计划都会，这个是玄关哦，这是书柜，这是展览等等哦，陆陆续续都可以看到这些活动。那户外活动跟有关系的休闲活动哦，那活动类型更多了哦。这是老幼族群的社会关怀哦，这是品牌的哦。然后他们也可以分享这些事情在脸书上面哦，很多社群在 LINE 上面都建构很多这样的一个服务系统。这个都是他们的照片哈，我就不一一报告哦。那你们在简报可以看到，这些都是触动人跟人之间非常好的友善关系。那我们总共大概就是这样的数据了哈，这是持续在发生当中。那很少住宅的文化里面有这样的成果。那青创加进来，我觉得在台北市有得到非常好的一个效应哦，也跟大家分享。那他们个别都有设计 logo， 所以他们都有它的知名性哦。大家有兴趣可以扫他们的粉专哦，进去看他们的活动哦。那整个来讲，就是社宅的青创活动投入，就是我们认为应该有这样的效益，不再冷漠，社宅形象的建立，跟大家一起经营。那我相信我们国家政策在社会住宅里面想要做到的目的哈，那台北市的青创计划在里面是做到很好的一个效益，所以从 1.0、2.0 我们进到 3.0 哦，希望它越来越好。那这样的计划跟大家分享，我就希望可以也提供给我们国家政策里面有些参考。谢谢。
Okay, we'd like to welcome our moderator, speakers, and panelists to join us on the stage for the panel discussion. And online with us, we have Bertrand Brett, advisor to the chairman, Paris Habitat.
我们现在开始语谈啊，前面刘理事长讲的内容，如果用一句 key sentence 问，也有一个答。问就是说，社会住宅只是一个房子吗？显然不是。他提出了台北市青创户的一个制度，所以这个制度其实导进去以后，就好像不是每一个人都会吃饭，不是每一个人都会住房子，不是每一个人都会住社会住宅。今天要有人教怎么住社会住宅，所以变成国家的制度呢，也靠着这个硬体，给住的人得到更大的启示。那因为我们今天 panelist 有3位。那我有在前面就看到那个 Bertrand Brett， 他在上一个场次都已经出现了，所以我请求2位，我们是不是让我们这国外的朋友Brian 第一个来发言。
I would like to first of all to thank once more after my CEO the organizers of this so fantastic 2021 session of the International Housing, Urban and Regeneration Forum. And what is for me very interesting is the fact that we are just from a geographical point of view so far. You are in the middle of the afternoon today. We are in France just at the beginning of the morning, but we are so close professionally. We share such a lot of things, and I really appreciate the open-minded character of this international forum that help us to develop more professional exchange, by the way. We share a lot of things together. First of all, because we believe to the fact that public policy is important to regulate the market for promoting social mix and access to affordable and social housing. That alone, this social mix to provide an affordable housing not only for the poorest, not only for the vulnerable group, but also for the middle class and the upper middle class. We share also the fact that we respect the same values. And for instance, as in France, as in Taipei, but also elsewhere in Asia, I'm always very surprised by the fact that we are all deeply involved in fighting the effect of the global warming. We also, and you just tell it about, Mr. Moderator, that we share that housing is not only a good put on the market, like socket or TV, but it's a good and a system that helps people, inhabitants, but also the politician to guarantee social cohesion in a country as in a city. And we share also the fact that we face with same main issues. For instance, how to densify dense city. Because we need to provide affordable housing for people who are coming more and more living in city, because in city provides activities, they provide social regulation, and that they are very attractive. And we need to host all these people who are coming to our cities. How to densify dense city. How also to guarantee good living environment to inhabitants. And I heard with a great pleasure Mr. Liu speaking about the relationship and also the partnerships between social housing and affordable providers and inhabitants and their tenants. We share also, and you, Mr. Moderator, speak about first, the fact that we need to provide a high level of quality of service to our tenants and to the inhabitants. Well, just for this brief introduction, I just would like to tell once more how it is important for French social housing provider like Paris Habitat to participate and to have a benefit from your professional exchange, which are a very high level professional exchange, but which are very useful for, thanks to the fact that once more we speak the same professional language in a way. So we are deeply from Paris Habitat open-minded to follow this professional exchange. I heard with a great interest the presentation about the youth community policy developed in Taipei. Maybe we can follow this way by others' way of exchange. Once more, thanks a lot for giving us this fantastic opportunity to speak with you.
Mr. Brandt 他提到的很多观点，尤其是社会住宅啊，虽然空间不一样、时间不一样啊，但是呢，都是共同的一个问题。伙伴关系的，或者是要有高品质的服务，以及管理单位如何借由专家的协助，能够把服务的水准提升了，这个就是一个非常重要的发言重点。接着我们就请我们今天还有2位啊，今天出席的 panelist， 建议是不是请你先发表一下？介绍一下，建议哦是那个台中市的社会住宅处的总工程师啊，台中市政府的社会住宅，品质工程方面好，其实他们软体的制度呢也相当的突出，曾经得到很多国家卓越建设奖的社会住宅的最优奖啊。
谢谢黄老师。 那也谢谢理事长，谢谢执行长。那今天台中市其实有这个机会，我觉得非常开心。那我刚刚其实听柏宏老师讲了，我觉得柏宏老师讲的非常的完整啊。那我觉得我今天要讲的，也许比较站在的一个角度是，我觉得我是第一线的社会住宅的工作者。那可能他又比较像是公部门的工作者，因为柏宏老师应该是私部门的工作者。那对于我来说，我觉得我有这个机会可以去看到就是台湾啦哈，台湾甚至是台中社会住宅在起步的时候的这一个很多面向的观察，我觉得这是一个很棒的体验，也是一个很棒的旅程。那等一下，也许我觉得我可以去分享一些关于台中的一些经验，但其实也是想要去回应说，其实刚刚黄老师有讲哈，那住在社会住宅里面，或是住在一般的公寓大厦里面，它到底有什么不一样？那其实，在这个3年的过程里面，4年了，应该4年的过程里面，我们常常，我们的团队其实常常都很感动，因为我们当公务员的很少可以有机会去接触到这么实际面向的回馈。那其实它是一个很好的动力，对于我们而言。那我觉得就是透过很多实验性的计划，我们可以去做很多尝试。那这个尝试，我甚至是希望说，我们可以有一个长久时间的累积，因为我觉得生活这件事情，它是必须要被累积，我们才有办法去看到。大家在对社宅的质疑的时候，其实我们讨论的是量，但是大家去看质的改变了没有？但是这个质的改变，它必须是经过一个稍微有一点时间的历程，我们才有办法去看到这个变动。好，然后我其实今天有准备一些，但是我应该没有那么多时间，没关系，那就是可以看多少我们就看多少这样。其实大家知道说，就是住宅法的法规里面有40% 跟60% 的一个比较刚性的规定。那这个40%其实大家看到的可能就是一个身份。那对于我们来说，其实我们观察到的一件事情是居住的这个稳定度。那为什么我会这么说的原因，是因为其实刚刚应该是早上的时候，丽玲老师有分享一个观点，这个是我自己非常深刻的一个经验。那它就是一个很比较弱势的家庭，那这样子的家庭，它基本上它在居住的一个环境跟场域里面，它是非常的漂泊的，它很有可能就是会一直不断的搬家。那不断的搬家，其实对孩子跟就是幼儿的教育是一件很辛苦的事情。那常常就是因为这样子的一个不稳定，所以孩子的成长历程，然后还有就是情绪的稳定，甚至是家庭的关系，我觉得这是一个我们看到比较辛苦的部分。但是因为他们住进来社宅了之后，那也许就只是一个短短3年，3年对我们来说，我们可能觉得这个其实很简单。但他们有可能不是可以一直可以住3年6年的一个家庭，那但是因为他们住了3年，他不用转学，那小孩子的就学的环境、居住的环境被稳定了之后，其实家庭的关系、父母的关系，他的工作的这样子的一个场域，其实都是稳定的。那我们就觉得说，那其实这个部分在社宅里面，它很具有对这个40% 的重要意义，应该是有很多资源的导入跟怎么去协助在第一现场，就是在社宅的生活的第一现场，有去照顾到这些人的需求。我觉得这个是社宅扮演一个很重要的功能跟角色。所以现在大家看到了，普遍台湾的社宅在1楼的部分，它都会引进很多比如说像关于实际上生活需求这样子社会服务的量能，其实都是对这些40% 的一个照顾，甚至是邻里对于这样子的需求的一个回应。 那这一个部分呢，我觉得也是我们在操作的一个经验然后那其实我谈的是说，在这一个空间的架构之后，那它是不是应该有一个场域是让大家彼此有交流的可能？像台中在推宜居建筑，那我觉得理事长也非常清楚的，这个过程一直跟我们很努力。那我觉得宜居建筑这个东西，其实就是一直在做一个居住关系跟居住环境的转变。如果说今天法规甚至是政府愿意带头去做一个这样子的空间营造，事实上它才能真的把社区的关系、家庭的关系，它才有办法去透过空间，然后去做一个连接。那当然社宅更是这样子的一个方式哈。那其实我们用一个空间去搭建一个社区很重要，他们去连接的场域跟平台。那再来，我觉得可以再补充一下，就是说除了刚刚博宏老师所说的青创回馈的这样子的资源之外，其实在公部门的一个就是公共的建筑里面，它还是有一个1% 的那个公共艺术的计划。那我为什么会下这一个 comment， 就是说公共资源应该要找到对的价值，因为我们知道公共艺术它其实所资不菲啊，它其实占1%都很多钱。那要去买一个艺术品呢，还是说这个东西它要去做比较更实际回应到人或是住在这里头的一个关系的资源上面？如果我们真的很深刻的去检讨，每一个钱或者是每一个政府的预算，它有办法去用到，真的是去协助住进来这些人对的地方，我觉得它的价值才会被树立。当然，我们知道说这些人他没有办法付太多的租金，所以我们必须要去媒合也好，或者去找更多的资源好，我觉得它都是一个对的价值的一个回应。那这个其实就是在讲公共艺术团队了哈。那我们其实有很多驻村的艺术的团队，还有很多角色。那我们在谈这个东西的话，其实是在思考说，我们常常就是站在自己的角色去看很多人的面向，但是其实在这一个大家在活动的，或者甚至是大家在讨论的这个场域里面，每个人其实都是平等的。那我们常常跟大家是关系很密切，因为我们不会去把政府的角色刻意去凸显出来，因为这个凸显出来，其实它就是一个很大的屏障。所以这也是我们第一线在经营的一个小小的经验。对，所以也是多元的一个主体性，我们觉得它是要被树立的。那另外，我觉得用这一章特别再去回应是说，我们给了公共艺术的资源，然后甚至是给了种子计划这样子的一个想法。那我们开始在发现，政府投入的这些资源已经有一些反馈了。现在看到的这张照片呢，其实不是我们用任何的资源去促成或者是去创造的。那我们只是把一个屋顶的平台的农园这样子的一个场域给搭建出来，但是就是居民们自己会组成一个社团，这个社团其实它就是很简单，比如说我在上面认养一块农园，那可能我今天没办法浇水，我要加班，那我可能就是知道我隔壁的，我就可能跟他说，你可不可以帮我？那也许就是一个互助的一个这样子的微型社团，慢慢在社区里面产生。那我觉得这就是我们慢慢得到的一些小成果。那这些成果对我们来说其实是很珍贵的，因为其实开始发现社区会自主的去做这样子的组合的时候，我们就知道，其实我们可以慢慢退场了。所以这个我觉得是在经营社区的理念的一个小小的回馈。好，然后我这次就是回应博宏老师的种子，然后就是说，我觉得种子对于台中来说，我们没有给它设很多的标准、很多的限制。对于我们来说，你只要1个月2小时，我没有要求要去做多厉害的活动，即便你只是女人的一个就是下午茶的谈话，那我觉得它也是一个很好的一个生活的方式。OK。好， 那最后呢，我想讲的是说，我觉得居住这件事情，它是一个很重要的关系，然后也是一个社会很重要的稳定的能量。那以往我们常常用可能资产在看这一个元素，但我觉得我们很幸运的是，我们创造了这个东西，它并不是一个属于很私有化的资产，所以我们才可以去找到生活的需求、生活的可能，才会有这么多很棒的体验。所以我们其实有办法去回应这样子生活面向，这个就是回应刚黄老师说的，他没有办法就是他其实可以更活泼的去想到我们还可以做哪些事情。那第二个呢，我觉得公部门呢应该就是要把各项的资源的载体，把它变成是在社宅里面完整的是一个服务的很大的量能。那这个部分呢，我觉得就是每一个跨域的一个形成的一个组合。那第三个，我觉得要特别去提的是公私协力，因为我知道私部门有私部门他们应该要去做居住这个环境的角色，那公部门也有公部门的角色。那我觉得这两者它应该是一个合作关系，而不是一个互相对打的一个立场。那我们常常在说，我们其实是在帮未来在私领域的一个不动产市场培养一个好的生活模式，或者是一个好的居住的环境的前哨。那当然，他们有能力之后，刚刚老师说的脱贫了之后，他们可以进到购物市场了之后，它其实是很容易可以瞬接的。所以我觉得这个都是共同为下一个世代的生活的居住模式而一起努力的。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢。我们陈总工啊，陈总工所有的话，最后这3句啊，1、2、3啊，这个综合的很好。其实台中市政府社会住宅办得好，我们坐在今天前面的有一位就是国家住宅都市更新中心的执行长黄景茂，当年呢就是台中市政府的秘书长，所以你应该有做出很大的贡献。一个政府能够整合政府内部所有的资源，而且愿意在外面找民间的资源来为社会住宅加入软体啊，是可以学习的。接着最后一位季教授，我帮你介绍一下，季教授是静宜大学社工系的教授，他对其实也是社团的关怀协会的创会理事长，应该是对社宅的人际关系啊，一定有他的见解，是不是？请你发言。
谢谢黄教授，谢谢张理事长啊，我们是多年的好朋友。我是静宜大学社工系的专任教授。这个计划其实是在民国103年教育部推过1年，然后就夭折的计划，叫做私立大学创新转型计划。所以我们在静宜大学附近做了一个人本共好的社区经营。这次的主题跟我们的东西很像，因为我创造了一个公司叫有本公司，我们做了一个好好园馆，所以叫人本共好。不会动。下一个。我是一个社会学者。那社会学有一个最重要的概念叫社会学想象。对一个个人的问题，我们怎么跟一个深层的社会结构做关联起来思考？那如果我们对这个社会有一些思考，我们必然有一些批判。那社会学除了在批判之外，我们还会期待多一点社会设计。然后，如果我们做出了社会设计，我们也期待能够做出社会实践来。那我作为一个做量化分析的社会学者，这个图大概在我15年前看到以后，我都一直把它放在心上。那在2012年，大概就在更早一点点，大概18年前，台湾的人口进入了最高红利的阶段，我们的抚养比进入了历史上最低的阶段，34%。然后这张图告诉我们，现在我们已经进入了40%，未来到2060年，我们会超过100%。这是什么？就是一个工作人口在家里要照顾几个依赖人口。我们过去从一个家户里面3个人养1个人，即将要变成1个人养1个人。 所以未来我们实际上的小家庭应该叫崩溃了。我们需要再创造的不只是住居，不只是住宅，我们连人跟人的关系都要重新构建。那所以未来我们不只是政府现在投入大量的钱来做长期照顾，短期照顾也是问题。未来呢，孤独也是问题。所以在65岁以上的人口比里面，我们大概可以抓出7:3:1这样的人口数字。它意味着大概70%的健康，2%的亚健康，1%的失能者。percentage 没有那么精准，大概7:2:1。那在这样的人口比里面，我们投了大概500-600亿在10% 的照顾上面。可是呢，那20% 的亚健康其实非常关键。如果这些亚健康的人口群我们把它顾好，它就不会掉到长期照顾，它就可能可以回到健康的社群，所以它是长照的上游。可是就算那是70% 健康的人，他孤独在家里，他也会造成孤独的问题。孤独的问题也会增高失能率，也会增高致死率。所以未来的高龄社会向我们走过来，就好像一个天灾海啸。我们在谈住宅的认居，其实我们应该在乎生活的韧性。所以如何把危机化成转机，我想这是我们住宅业者很在乎的商机。以后会不会大家到老的时候要买豪宅，还是以后到老的时候要不要买一个可以让你不用去机构的服务住宅？所以我大概在推动这个理念。所以我们希望透过有本家好好的理念，为值得珍惜的高龄生活带来更多的健康、快乐跟希望。那因为每一个人都有一个老后共居的梦。当你原来的家变得生活里有不安、不便、不满的时候，有没有一个第二个家园，可以让你得到支持？所以我是一个网络社会学者，我提出来的主张就是我们要打造一个又连结又开放的2D 居家园，那就是打造一个家族的类家人社群。那这个方式就让我们好好希望做出一个可以体验共居的场域，然后我们把它迁入一个可以被信任的专业的服务团队，我们召唤一群可以好好到老的成员，透过我们彼此在乎跟被在乎的关系，我们编织出类家人的互惠共好社群。所以我们这样的小小社会企业在做的东西，就是把理念传播，并且呢找到认同这样理念的人，推动我们的共居计划，发展一个网络的社群，解决即将崩溃的小家庭制度会需要的照顾跟孤独问题。那未来想要跟我们常住在一起的人，那当然我们就有核心成员的制度，让大家可以跟我们常住在一起。这就是我们自己盖出来的住宅，自地自建，全部自己来。服务系统4年前就发展，所以我们大概就努力了做出一个这样的，为台湾做出来一个高龄社会服务住宅的新模式。那1楼大概就是公设店铺，2楼就是月租型的休养住宅，3、5楼就是旅馆，6、7楼就是1年以上的年租型的住宅。为了把这件事情做好，我们当然提出了一个高龄社会的创新的解方，那就是要发展出一个可以协助认同我们的人超越劳苦的服务韧体。有硬体，建筑是硬体；有软体，服务系统是软体；还有一个东西叫韧体。韧体，做 IC 设计的人大概就知道，要让个硬体跑起来，要有软体，要让软体跑起来，还有一个 input-output 的 system。所以我们希望为台湾打造一个可以让人们在面对人跟人之间、自然环境之间、世代之间，还有照顾事件冲击了以后的事情之间，一个可以好好到老的服务韧体。那我们当然在去年底我们交屋之后，我们努力的开始做，按照我们做的概念开始做研发，所以我们就有了 自己的成功的案例啊，包含了我们可以让长辈在这里疗心，可以让长辈在这里疗伤，可以让55岁，可以让96岁的结成好友在这里一起生活。那我们也努力的把我们想要做的青云共居、终身住宅、附服务、2地居、短期照顾、银发救国团、好好家族这样的概念，透过一个我们自有的场域，让大家体验共同生活的美好的感觉。所以我们在做什么？我们在做台湾还没有人做过的东西，就是社群关系经营。那我们想要做的东西，就是为值得珍惜的高龄生活带来更多的快乐、健康、希望。因为时间的关系，我只能讲到这里，谢谢。
我们非常谢谢季教授啊，今天我们这个主题从社会学、社会各界的面向看过来，确实能够看到，今天高龄社会住宅里面住的人应该要得到哪几方面更新的服务啊？总而言之，这个主持人很不好意思，时间控制的并不见得好，但是手机里面还是有两位的问题，容许我用念的方式啊，其实，他是想请教今天第一个影片的主讲人，因为今天影片的主讲人他只有提供影片，他没有参加 panelist。所以就还是比较不方便回答刚才提问的人。但是这个问题呢，我是觉得我们在座的3位可能也有点答案。他的意思是这样子的他是说Perry Habitat 愿意与租客建立互动沟通的关系很好，但是在讨论什么事情可以讨论，什么事情不能讨论？他想要请教说，房东、管理者、房客的关系界限应该如何拿捏或者是有哪些的服务被要求更多的时候，那管理者一般都为了省事啊，是不是宁可按照规则去处理就好，也并不见得做那么多，不愿意花更多的时间去建立房客关系，这一方面应该怎么突破？我以主持人的立场就请教我们 panelist 的3位。张理事长，我第2个问题他是针对你的他想请教那个张理事长台湾不动产产业是否有可能参与社会住宅那目前的困难是什么？需要有什么政策？这是第2个问题。我们先请 Mr. Brandt，do you understand the question?
Absolutely, it was very clear. Thanks a lot for this very pertinent question. I have maybe very briefly two elements of response. The first one is there are rules that are coming from the states, that are coming from the local authority, that of course we must respect. For instance, in matter of security, for instance, in a matter of the level of the rent, of the cost of the rent by square meter, by month, which is not fixed by Paris Habitat, but which is determined by the state. We must develop the level of the rent according to rules decided by the state, not by Paris Habitat. So we cannot discuss about that with the tenants. But the other point of my response is also that we provide training to tenants associations and to tenants leaders to help them to better know what is possible and what is not, according to these different rules of what and who decides of what. And the fact that we help the tenants to better know what we can do for them is also very efficient.
谢谢 Brand 的回答。我们这个视讯哦，那个翻译的还是很好，能够答疑啊，我们互相能够有这样子一个答案。抱歉了，容许我还是控制一些时间哈。那是不是你回答一下，代表？
好，我很快。我们的房东当然是跟一般房东不太一样，我们是公部门是房东哈，这是先。那但是也是有几个条件是不可撼动的，像台北市的租屋的这个政策里面，我们还是有绩点政策。所谓绩点就是有些事情假如做了那些项目上面的问题的话，还是会有一些惩罚。那这样的绩点政策应该就是没得讨论的，就是它列出来以后，这都是可以调整，但不可能没有绩点政策这件事情。第二，刚提到的租金也是一样，就是中央下来，那我们市政府是有不同的区域有租金，那租金也是公告之后，大概也没有办法为了你而调整，一定是政策调整，或是说租金检讨之后才有调整的空间。那我要想的是两个跟租金更不一样的，可能没有办法做这样跟房客调整的部分，就是安全哦。刚刚法国的也提到这样，法国的朋友提到这个安全的状况。所以譬如现在所有的社宅里面都是要刷卡制，不只是消防安全，他要希望你管理进去的人的安全哦，所以他要有刷卡，没有人带或是没有通报的话，也没有办法做进去。那我刚刚说绩点的大部分都对环境的这个部分也都是要有一些规范哈，你不能把鞋子放在门口之类的这样的一些规范。在社宅里面也都是有这样的制度。那像社宅里面现在都有停车场，停车场能不能用每一个住户登记型的，这个大概也没得讨论。所以公共性的部分大概都是在公部门里面都需要有一些这样的规范哦，就不是房东跟客户之间可以讨论细节，反而其他我们的生活部分的讨论就可以比较多。哦，这部分大概回答这样的一个初步。
好，谢谢。我们最后一个问题，那个张理事长，有人请教不动产协进会能够在社会住宅有所贡献。
我想这个议题哈，就是为什么我们今天是身为主办单位啊，我们扮演很重要的角色。那确实，我觉得台湾这个在社会住宅也好，在居住正义也好。其实都还居重于，我一直常常讲说，社会住宅是一直把这个人的居住这个问题放在政府的肩头上。我说 is the government burden 哈，或者不是 burden。听过各位的共好之后，其实它是一个阶段性的。那其实，在这一次的论坛探讨之下，其实我觉得是可以双轨并行的哈。也就是说，在政府机关提供社会住宅给青创或青少年们哈去做一个可以居住的一个权利的一个良好的一个社区，这是很好的。可是民间呢，其实也是可以共同去营造这样子一个生活尺度。那正如我也常在讲，不管我们今天第一堂课那个 Daniel 在分享的世界各国，其实有很多私领域跟公领域共同合作的案例。那这个案例除了可能政府对土地可能需要有让利之外，那还有就是在营造的方面，有没有可能有更精进的方法，更模组化的方法，可以降低成本？那除此之外呢，其实我会觉得私领域其实据我了解，我觉得在技术上面，在了解居住品质的供给，我觉得都有一定的经验可以去执行。只是因为可能在这种合作之下，我觉得少了我一直觉得最重要的一点是少了一个财务上的一个资源。好，举个例子，像在台南的拆迁户啊，那个铁道拆迁户那复利建设，他做的那个案子非常成功，非常好。可是他做了第一个案子以后就不敢再做了，因为他可以收进来的成本、收进来的费用，这个收入其实很低，所以变成他自有资金要投入很高。所以如果政府跟民间要合作，其实如果可以加以投入的是 financial support， 如果有 财务上的资源，我觉得如果投入成本低，可以获取即使低微的收入、低微的获利，我觉得都是可行的。所以，今天这样的论坛，其实就是希望在未来可以持续，那可以带动这样子的一个议题。谢谢。
我们这个 section 就要结束了。今天我们有这3个 section， 其实，刚才请教张理事长的是第一个议题啊，也就是说社会住宅到底有没有更多的多元的供给模式啊？其实财务计划、财务政策、财务补助啊、财务面甚至于税制面的投入哦，我们政府、民间可以努力。那第二个议题，是我是深深的感觉啦，庞大的社会住宅一直在兴建量，但是我们的营建政策中都没有因为有这样子的机会，要做哪些更能够有勇气，而且有创新，提升营造水准，然后降低成本、减少时间的方式。总而言之哈，这个也是应该要做的哈。今天我们第3个 section， 我很有自信，我们台湾这一方面的软体啊，其实是做了慢慢的上轨道。我们希望我们的服务的软体啊，今后能够在国际上发光。感谢各位，谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, the forum is coming to an end, and lastly, we'd like to firstly invite Jingmao Huang, CEO of National Housing and Urban Regeneration Center Taiwan, to give us the closing remark.
张理事长哈，还有我们今天还有2位那个主持人都在这里哈，彭教授还有黄教授，以及今天我们所有包括演讲的，还有与谈人及各位伙伴，大家好。
好。
我觉得我虽然早上没有来哈，但是我已经同仁帮我做一些笔记了，所以我大概知道上午的情况哈。我想透过这样的机会，让大家能够学习哈，就有关台湾的居住跟社会住宅，或许要怎么处理。我想这个对公司都很重要，对中央、地方的，对公部门、私部门都很重要哈。那尤其我们今年开始，我们还要8万户的社会住宅要盖，这个地方是12000，我们要68000哈。所以老实讲，可能要寻求一个更佳的方式哈。所以今天的主题哈，就三个议题，一个是属于社宅的供给方面。一个是属于韧性住居方面，另外一个是社区营造方面。我觉得这议题真的是非常贴切的，而且很需要。那其实这个也牵涉到说建筑物的它的整个全生命周期哈，的一个塑造哈，从规划到设计到施工到维护管理哈。那刚好我们这3个主题就能够贯通了整个哈。那其实。今天也许有很多演讲，那是我们台湾目前的经验，那也听到很多国外的一些创新哈，是经验哈。那我觉得有一些我们是可以再继续来发挥的哈。比如说在社宅的供给方面，当然鼓励私人来兴建，我想这个国内也在住宅法也有，但是目前可能还是组织不全哈，比较少哈，大部分还是我们政府来兴建比较多哈，所以这个部分确实是以后可以再来努力看看哈。那至于说怎么来降低建筑成本的这样的一个做法，当然目前我们也在实验那个预铸工法，或是半预铸工法、预铸外墙这方面呢，这个其实大家都在努力在推了哈。那我想这些东西，包括有国外的，包括有国内的想法，我们的创新的想法，我想，所以透过这样一个论坛，对我们后续来推那个社会住宅真的是很重要啊。那另外，韩国有提到说那个怎么来攻击，就包括新建跟既有建筑物的 改建改善哈，国内在推了哈，像我们现在目前有一些旧的宿舍，哦，那也把它做修缮以后作为社会住宅，这个也是有，我们也在推了哈。那另外，我记得还有人在提说，是不是要限定一个租金上限？哦，我们现在当然是定一个可负担租金了，那是不是有可能像德国在推租金上限？这个当然要再讨论哈，不过也是个新的议题了哈。因为目前当然我们要考虑到社宅的成本、自偿率，所以大概包括中央、包括地方都会考虑到说，要用附近市场中古屋的行情打几折，打8折、打7折、打5折这样一个方式哈。那至于说德国可以是不是他在尝试用限定租金上限，这个我想这个后续是一个议题啦，哦，可能有很多县政府可能不太同意，因为考虑到自偿率的问题哈。韧性方面，其实我们国内目前也大概推了很多了。那包括我带过的台中市政府，包括台北市政府，那目前在住宿中心这个部分呢，包括绿建筑、智慧建筑，还有那个耐震标章这些哈。那另外就是当层排气，像当层排气我们也都在推哈。还有艺术工法 VI 命的样的处理，都是目前我想我们台湾还是学到很多国外的，但是也自己有创新哈，所以我想这些都是一个好的方向了哈。那还有一个我特别讲一下说，也有人在提到说那个近零排放的问题，刚好我早上就参加台建中心在评估，就是接受能源局委托的哈，这针对我们的社宅哈，包括我们我像无上能建筑也在这里哈，我们有2个基地，目前在评估做近零排放。那我们也许后续有一些新的规范出来以后，说透过这2个基地，那也许有新的规范，那或者导入我们的社会住宅，好，达到总统需要的零排放了哈。大概像这个都是我想非常好的议题哈。那设计营造，刚刚我们刘伯宏老师还有我们季教授大概提的都非常好。那在台北推的青创户，其实我们后续也会把青创户那个移到我们，就是把这个理念把它推到我们住宿中心来。好，那季教授提了一些那个所谓的好好走读，好好生活，所以好好远就对了哈，能够好好到老哈。这个也是我觉得一个很好的观念，就是把用社会的观念怎么来营造哈，来营造我们的社会住宅。还有一个，我觉得国内是不是比较没有办法做到，就是说，像刚刚有我们法国巴黎那个华人团体哈，他们在讲说，是不是跟住户讨论一下怎么创造公共空间、私人空间？但目前应该我们是没有做到这么细的。我们说我们怎么做了？我们有 open space， 我们有什么街角广场，那我们会有6:3:1这样的一个方形，但是还没有做到说跟住户，因为我们的对象是不知道，以后是抽签的所以怎么说，可以用这种跟附近居民、附近住户去探讨怎么的空间。那怎么的室内空间？我想这个是一个新的议题啦。那在法国巴黎有这样过，他们已经社会住宅已经那么久了，那是不是也可以当做一个参考？我想这些我觉得都是一个新的好的观念啦哈。所以我也学了很多，虽然我早上没有来，但是老实讲我也认真在学习。我觉得这样一个论坛其实是可以持续来办的哈，因为社会住宅在台湾是刚开头，那未来3年我们就要盖到68000，那有很多东西都要尽快导入了，免得说过了3-4年以后，结果该导的没有导进来哈。好，大概我就很支持这样一个论坛，那希望说后续能够永续的来处理哈，永续的来举办，也感谢我们今天这么多的 专家学者还有我们的伙伴都来哈。那我觉得这个场子非常热了哈。好，谢谢。
Thank you to Mr. Huang. Let's welcome Lily Zhang, President of PEPC Taiwan.
时间已经接近尾声哈，我想请问一下，今天从头到尾都有听的，请举手。真的不少哎，给大家掌声一下好不好？太难得了。我们今天的主办单位哈，共同主办单位黄执行长。还有我们的那个2位主持人哈，黄老师哈，黄世梦黄老师，还有我们的彭老师，还有我们的陈总工，还有季老师哈，还有我们的刘理事长，还有我们中华民国不动产协进会也是主办单位的唐副理事长哈，那个 David 唐，还有我们在场肖秘书长，还有我们的。不动产协进会的理监事哈 Jack 黄哈等等，还有当然在场所有的很认真听的所有的听众，应该算是同业先进，还有吴建筑师哈，还有这个我们的日盛生的那个代表哈的主管，当然我觉得今天在这个最后的时段，我要谢谢所有工作团队，你们辛苦了。听说好像是从昨天在排演，然后要 test 所有国际的一些接线，其实是不容易的哈。我们要办一场国际的这样子的论坛，其实今天有连线到法国哈、韩国、瑞士哈，然后还有纽约哈，还有纽约其实这个 Daniel 他现在是住在加拿大，那还有就是夏威夷哈等等。那这样子的连线，其实要让它这个成功，其实这背后有很多的努力，所以要谢谢我们的工作团队，你们的辛苦大家都看得到。因为我刚刚已经从手机上收到了很多鼓励、跟支持、跟赞美的一些这个回应哈。那其实今天在我们这个林长勋荣誉理事长的开启之下。我们以仅扮演这个主办单位啊，真的很谢谢有这个机会跟我们的国家驻都中心一起共同来承办这样子一个活动。那在场也真的看到很多老朋友跟新朋友，那还有在场听说今天下午也有很多场次是这个有很多大专院校的学生，那是未来的希望。那还有我们网络报名有超过250位的听众哈，也是有一直在线上跟我们一起来这个参与今天的整个论坛啊。那我们今天论坛就像刚刚我们的黄执行长所讲的，其实我跟黄执行长的认识是在台中，有一个小小故事，虽然时间有点 delay 哈，但是我一定要特别强调是我们今天在谈的这个愿景都市再生，然后那个愿景论坛哈。因为当时我们黄执行长在台中市是秘书长，那也是一个机缘，我好不容易跟国际世界不动产联盟争取到有机会推出我们国内第一个城市跟联合国共同合作推动一个 CPI-PI， 就是城市繁荣计划。陈静怡总工那时候也一起，我们参与了好多次的视讯会议。那所有的机票也订了，饭店也订了，所有的记者会暂时按住，我们不敢太张扬，就没有想到在他们启动要出发到台湾来跟我们签署这 MOU 的城市，这个等于是发展的那个城市愿景，不是城市愿景，城市繁荣计划，就在前2天被这个中国大陆给阻挠，好就。我应该不是这样讲，就是被阻扰了，就停住了，因为毕竟台湾不是联合国的一员。那也可想而知，我们今天在这样的场合里面来办这样子的国际居住的一个论坛，是多么不容易哈。那我觉得就根据我们今天所排定的3个大主轴，我们从最大的方向。就是一个宜居的一个住宅政策的多元可能的供给。其实这样子的一个多元，我们从世界各地的朋友来分享，不管从公领域、私领域如何去做，甚至于有多少的功法，我觉得这些都是我们可以值得参考的。然后我们再把它说到第2个 section， 其实就是在变化之下的韧性的可能。好，那我觉得也很好。 我们听到张清华这个教授，张清华老师建筑师啊，他提出反问一个问题：到底政府的政策是在影响未来，或者是只是在做过去？我觉得这个思维跟这样子的一个反思啊，事实上是让我们还有很多功课该做哈。那当然还有今天我们最后的这个人本共好社区的一个永续经营的这样子一个议题呢，其实我们看到很多的美好。那当然这些美好是给我们一个鼓励哈，因为台湾才刚起步。那透过这样的论坛，有那么多国际的友人的一些经验，我们到底有多少可以学习？也很感谢我们的黄执行长刚刚特别的提出说，这是一个开始，哈，未来还有很多合作的机会。我也希望今天已经到了尾声，我们不是在讲结论，我们是在讲开始。因为一旦有了这个开始，我相信我们要迎向联合国2030年的一个政策，哈，包括零碳排放的政策等等，其实我们还有很多可以做的。那也希望在未来我们可以持续的有机会再来持续办这样的活动。那当然在场我们有很多关注这个议题的好朋友哈，也希望你们持续的关注。那我也很希望透过我们的共同努力，可以让台湾更美好。那也在最后也在提醒，不是做广告，我们12月10号也是在那个南港哈的一个活动，我们刚好也是顺应的我们国家卓越建设奖，我们也有一场论坛，是从卓越建设啊看韧性，等一下。从卓越建设看地方永续韧性，那这也是一个很好的议题。我们邀请了所有今年的国家卓越奖的得奖者，不管国土贡献或者是建筑人物，然后还有就是一些政府我们政府机关代表，会就台湾在地方永续的这个韧性上面，我们到底有什么做法可以去努力？我想所有的努力，我们中华民国不当协进会也好。PFC 台湾也好，这个我们其实扮演的角色就是希望把所有的美好继续持续推动。那再次谢谢各位今天对我们这个活动的支持，也预祝大家不是预祝，祝福大家一定要身体健康。那也谢谢今天所有线上的支持我们的一些 audience 哈，这些观众，谢谢你们，也希望以后继续追踪我们的所有的资料。那我们的资料会放在我们的中华民国不当然协进会，也就是 PFC 台湾的网站上面都会有，所有的讲义也都会有，所以麻烦你们去看。谢谢各位。
Ladies and gentlemen, the forum today has come to an end. We'd like to thank all the speakers for their valuable input. We thank you very much for your participation. Don't forget to return the headsets and bring a meal box back home with you. Thank you again. Thank you once again. We'll see you next time.